Okay, who's ready for a pig show? Good, because here they come. Senior Showmanship Heat 1 is entering the ring. We have in this heat Kyle Drake, Emma Wilkinson, Kylie Martin, Abby Smith, Jenna Peterson, Spencer Bischoff, Will Bailey, Carly Wilson, Gracie LaRue, and Gracelyn Ellis. This is your first class of senior showmanship.
Well, it sure is good to be back out here today. I'm excited for a really good hog show, and after seeing the first heat of seniors, I'm even more excited as we progress into showmanship. I'm going to go ahead and keep the two that I have pinned back here, and I talk to these individuals about what I like and what I don't like and things I think they can improve on. So before I give away too many hints to any of the other seniors, make this as fair as possible, I'm going to go ahead and dismiss these guys. So I'd ask for a round of applause as I dismiss them and welcome in the next heat.
Staying in the holding area to return for the championship senior drive will be Spencer Bischoff and Gracelyn Ellis. Let's give a round of applause to all these kids who worked real hard in this ring today. And leaving the ring is Kyle Drake, Emma Wilkinson, Kylie Martin, Abby Smith, Jenna Peterson, Will Bailey, Carly Wilson, and Gracie LaRue. Congratulations to our Heat 1 of senior showmanship. And can we hear it for the ring crew? They haven't had to do a lot yet, but they're about to. I'm sure by the end of the day, there's going to be plenty for them to be breaking up and doing. So if we give them a little bit of encouragement early, they'll be sticking with us through the whole day, because we sure appreciate them and all their help. And there are a whole lot of people in the back with pigboards. Can we cheer loud enough that they can hear you and give them a big thank you for what they're doing in the back? Because it takes a lot of people back there to get these hogs coming. And we sure appreciate all their help. There's parents, 4-H leaders, FFA advisors, community members, people that don't even have kids in the show have shown up to help today. And we sure appreciate all their help. Thanks for hanging in there with us while we get everything ready for our second heat of senior showmanship. Today as we get going, don't forget that if you would like to boost any of these good kids, there are boost papers available. We have those available at the ticket office. There is a table by the arena at the northeast corner above the bucking chutes. And they will also be available in the old show arena over by the animals. So if you're looking at boosting one of these good kids for the auction, you can grab one of those boost forms, fill it out, and then pay at the box office with your boost form. And we also want to invite you all to the auction on Saturday morning. If you need information on that, please contact Rick and Cindra Ibsen, or any of the fair committee can help you sign up to be a buyer at our auction. So if you look at these pigs coming in the ring and you think, breakfast, it's kind of what I think every time I see them. I get real excited for bacon. So if all you see in this ring is a whole bunch of bacon on the hoof, we have that available for sale on Saturday morning, and we'd love to see you come out and support these good kids. Coming in the ring right now is our Senior Showmanship Heat 2. In Senior Showmanship Heat 2, we have Stockton Chug, Eliza Taylor, J.C. Bennett, Ty Campbell, Paisley Brower, Caleb Curl, Bodie Goins, Madison Hatch, and Wyatt Hales. This is your Heat 2 of Senior Showmanship in the ring right now.
put your hands together for this heat of intermediate showmen. I'm sorry, of senior showmen. Really a deep class of a lot of kids who came out here and told me that, or they showed me that they were in it to win it, and I absolutely love that. I love their drive, I love their calmness, I love their show ring presence, and because of that, some hard work paid off. I went ahead and kept the young gentleman I was going to go ahead and dismiss, but he kept working and he kept driving. So if y'all can hear me in the barn, hard work is going to pay off and it's going to last all day long, so just keep that in mind. I went ahead and talked to the 3 individuals that were out here about what I think they could improve on and what I wish they would have done a little bit better and what I appreciated about them. So we're going to go ahead and dismiss them. We'll bring these guys back out here for the final drive after a couple more heats. So go ahead and put your hands together for congratulations on this heat of seniors.
Your senior showman returning out of this heat for the championship senior drive will be Eliza Taylor, JC Bennett, Ty Campbell, Caleb Curl, and Bodie Goins. Let's give a big round of applause to those leaving the ring for their hard work: Stockton Chug, Paisley Brower, Madison Hatch, and Wyatt Hales. Good job to our Heat 2 of senior showmanship. As we get ready to bring our Heat 3 of seniors into the ring, we want to thank our sponsors. They help us get prizes, they help us with all of the expenses of the show, and we sure appreciate their support. Thank you so much to Pepsi, Riverprint, Rock Hard Excavating, Tractor Supply Company, and Wasatch Distribution. Your Heat 3 of senior showmanship is walking in the ring now. In this class, we have Ellie Hill, Shaylin Brisky, Ian Brisky, Ashton Gold, Carson Jakes, Kason Munford, Cooper Bell, Tess Martin, and Paige Clem. This is your Heat 3 senior showmanship coming in the ring right now. We have 6 heats of seniors today. Following our 6th and final heat of seniors, we'll go into our senior championship drive. That will, of course, be followed by our intermediate showmanship. In the ring in Heat 3, we have Paige Clem, Tess Martin, Cooper Bell, Kason Munford, Carson Jakes, Ashton Gold, Ian Brisky, Shaylin Brisky, and Ellie Hill.
I think another really competitive class of senior showmen here. I'm excited to see as it progresses to see what else y'all have to offer down here in Utah. Super, super excited about that. It's a little bit of a different heat this time. I only pulled a couple back to come back for my final drive, but I still think there's a lot of really high quality showmen in here. So don't take what happens in the show ring for granted, because not only are y'all gonna miss it when you graduate, but you're doing a good job. Just maybe some things aren't in the cards today. Hogs are getting a little bit flustered. Everyone wants to gravitate towards the corner, and it's how you handle that, how you handle the whip, and your self-composure that's gonna sort you from being on this side of the fence to being on that side of the fence. So like I said, don't take it for granted. Just go home, work on those things, and I guarantee y'all will come back guns and blazing next year. Let's put your hands together for a third heat of senior showmen.
Returning from Class 3 for the championship drive will be Carson Jakes and Paige Clem. Exiting the ring right now from Senior Showmanship Heat 3, Ellie Hill, Shaylin Brisky, Ian Brisky, Ashton Gold, Kaysen Munford, Cooper Bell, and Tess Martin. That was your Heat 3 of Senior Showmanship, and congratulations returning for the championship drive to Carson Jakes and Paige Clem. Coming in the ring right now is our Senior Showmanship in our Hog Show today, Heat 4. We have Senior Showmanship Heat 4 entering the ring. Annie Gibson, Ellie Olson, Ella Chug, Emma Conklin Coons, Jaden Kellos, Taylor Chug, Michaela Nielsen, Zoe Hawk, and Kylie Burgett. This is your Senior Showmanship Heat 4.
All right, go ahead and put your hands together for this heat of senior showmen. These kids are definitely working hard. I know it's crowded out here, and I think the kids are doing a really good job about remaining calm and not getting too flustered with their pigs. And I can be incredibly happy to say, or I'm incredibly happy to say that I'm proud of these kids for not getting so caught up on, where I'm at in the ring compared to how is my pig doing. So I think that's huge. Congratulations to you all. I'm going to go ahead and dismiss all the ones that you see left here in the ring. I pulled a couple back for the final drive. Just a couple tips to continue on is, like I said, hard work never gives up. Regardless if I talk to you or if I pin you, I think that I'm going to recognize your effort, whether you're in a pin, whether you're out here driving your hog around, or whether you're standing in a corner, okay? So I just don't want anyone to get discouraged no matter if I dismiss them or not. Everyone's doing a great job. Keep up the good work, and let's bring in the next heat of seniors.
Returning from senior showmanship, Heat 4 will be Annie Gibson and Michaela Nilsson. Let's give a round of applause to those exiting the ring: Ellie Olson, Ella Chug, Emma Conklin Coons, Jaden Kellos, Taylor Chug, Zoe Hawk, and Kylie Burgett. While we wait for this next round to come in, I want to give a special thanks to the boardmen in the ring. I want you guys to take a look at these boardmen. I'm sure they're going to love this, but this is awesome for me as an FFA advisor, because every single one of these kids except one is one of my former students. And the only reason I say except one is because one of them I can't tell who they are with a mask on their face. But that is a pretty cool thing. So let's give them a round of applause. These are all former Weber County junior livestock showmen, and it's pretty awesome. And if you're ever wondering, is this program worth the time, expense, and effort that you put in with your kids? I can tell you, as someone who's watched these young adults grow up, it's worth it. And they just become incredible people. And even though they're graduated and no longer my students, they still make me proud all the time. I really, really think it's an awesome program for your kids. So as we bring this next heat of senior showmen into the ring, senior showmanship Heat 5 is in the ring now. In this heat, we have Lily Olson, Chancey Pregler, Jamie Elliott, Kaylee Fox, Lex McCormick, Miles Hislop, Wyatt Bailey, Paige Wilder, and Gavin Douglas. This is your Heat 5 of senior showmanship.
Let's put your hands together for this heat of senior showmen. I know these young exhibitors are working hard, and I know it's getting hot out here, so I think they definitely deserve your appreciation over that. I'm going to go ahead and dismiss these guys. I still think they're doing a really good job. There's a lot of intense showmen out here. What's going to sort the difference this time is just smoothness and how they compose themselves about the ring. I love the eye contact. I love the intensity. It's just the fact of how they move around their pigs, be a little smoother, be a little more in control of what's happening, and not getting so caught up in the crowd that they forget to look at the judge or they forget to understand what's really going on, okay? But let's put your hands together and welcome in the next heat.
Returning for our championship drive out of Senior Showmanship Heat 5 will be Chancey Pregler, Jamie Elliott, and Gavin Douglas. And let's give a round of applause to those as they go back down the alley from Senior Heat 5. Good job on your hard work. Lily Olson, Kaylee Fox, Lex McCormick, Miles Hislop, Wyatt Bailey, and Paige Wilder. Coming in the ring next is your Senior Showmanship Heat 6. In Senior Showmanship Heat 6, our final showmanship heat of our senior division, we have coming in the ring Jesse Meyerhofer, Riley Bennett, Kayla Loveland, Jordan Chug, Haley Weicker, Preston Kamek, Halen McCullen, Brock Henderson, and Jackson Hill. This is your Heat 6 of Senior Showmanship, our final heat of Senior Showmanship today. Following this heat, we will have our Senior Showmanship Championship Drive.
Let's give it up for your last heat of seniors before we bring in the final drive. These kids are still working really hard. I think this is a really, really deep heat of intense showmen. A lot of showmen with a lot of drive and a lot of passion for what they do. And that is super important from my standpoint, just to see that the kids are out here doing what they love. And that means a lot to me personally. So congratulations on that. The ones I'm going to go ahead and dismiss, maybe ones who aren't quite as smooth in the ring, maybe who need a little bit more intensity, a little bit more eye contact, wanted to get caught up in the crowds and in the corners quite a bit. And the ones who differentiated themselves are going to go ahead and come back for the final drive. But still some really hardworking kids who love what they do, and everyone should be proud of that. So put your hands together as they dismiss the ring, and we'll bring in the final drive.
Returning for the championship drive out of Senior Showmanship Heat 6 will be Riley Bennett and Kayla Loveland. Exiting the ring out of Senior Showmanship Heat 6, Jesse Meyerhofer, Jordan Chugg, Haley Weicker, Preston Kamek, Halen McCullen, Brock Henderson, and Jackson Hill. That was our final heat of Senior Showmanship today. We're getting ready to go into our championship drive as we reset things up and give everybody just a minute to be ready to go. We'll be going into our Senior Showmanship Championship drive in just a few minutes. As we go into our Senior Showmanship Championship drive, coming into the ring now out of Heat 1, we have Spencer Bischoff and Gracelyn Ellis. Coming into the ring out of Heat 2, we have Eliza Taylor. JC Bennett. Caleb Curl, Ty Campbell, and Bodie Goins. Coming into the ring out of Heat 3, we have Carson Jakes and Paige Clem. Out of Heat 4, Annie Gibson and Michaela Nielsen. Out of Heat 5, we will have Chancey Pregler, Jamie Elliott, and Gavin Douglas. And returning to the ring out of Heat 6, Riley Bennett and Kayla Loveland. This is your championship drive for Senior Showmanship in your Hog Show today at the 2020 Weber County Unfair. Okay, let's hear a big round of applause for our senior grand drive. These guys have worked incredibly hard to make it in here this far. So let's recognize them as they continue being judged. In the ring, we have Spencer Bischoff, Gracelyn Ellis, Eliza Taylor, JC Bennett, Ty Campbell, Caleb Curl, Bodie Goins, Carson Jakes, Paige Clem, Annie Gibson, Michaela Nielsen, Chancey Pregler, Jamie Elliott, Gavin Douglas, Riley Bennett, and Kayla Loveland. This is your senior championship drive for showmanship today at the Weber County Junior Livestock Show.
Well, as a competition gets a little bit stiffer and we progress into the senior showman group, let's put your hands together for some hardworking kids out here who are just phenomenal showmen doing an absolutely tremendous job. This is the part I get to be a little bit picky, and I'm gonna go ahead and, for the final time, dismiss these kids here in the ring. Congratulations on making it to the final drive, but it's just a little bit of personal preference. I think these kids are maybe just a little bit too heavy on the whip, using it a little bit too much, following the crowd, leading the crowd, those types of things. How they handle themselves about the rings, whether that's being smooth or how they handle and switch sides to their hogs, or if they're headed to a corner, how are they gonna turn the hog, and how they just compose themselves all together. Once again, I think some very, very good and deep showmen. Don't take this for granted. I think that, come any other day, whether their hogs are acting up or not, these kids are going to do very, very well at any level of competition. So go ahead and put your hands together, and I'll finish sorting through your senior showmen. All right, as we get down to the final four here, I'm going to go ahead and challenge these seniors just a little bit past their comfort level. I'm going to have them get on the mic. They're going to come out and they're going to talk to all of you, and they're going to introduce themselves. They're going to tell you where they're from, and then they're going to tell me and you guys why we show. So who would like to go first?
Okay, I'm Gavin Douglas, if any of you didn't know, and I'm from Hooper, Utah. I've been showing pigs for dang near all my life, and I think we show because there's a lot of reasons. It's important to the agriculture because we grow meat, we grow fresh quality meat, and it's important to grow that meat or else we'll all just be eating crappy meat because we don't want that. And I think we all show because it teaches all of us kids good life lessons. I've learned so much responsibility from doing this, and I can't thank everyone enough for their support, and I think I've become a better person from doing this. And it's not just me, I see it from everyone. I see their before they show and then their after they show, and it teaches not just responsibility, it teaches different ways to do different things. Every judge has different styles, and every showman has different styles, and I really like that, and that's why I show, and I love to show, and I'll like to show as much as I can, and that's it.
My name is Ty Campbell. I'm from Plain City, Utah, and the reason that I show is kind of like Gavin just said. It teaches you a lot about life lessons, about responsibilities, and it's really fun. And one thing I'd give for all the younger kids is do it. It's really fun. You're going to miss out if you don't, and there's so much more opportunities to come with it, like college opportunities and other opportunities for your future. And if you don't want to, that's okay. There's other things you can do. But if you really want to and you have the desire to show, I recommend doing it because it's the best thing you can do for yourself.
I'm Eliza Taylor. I'm from Plain City, Utah. And the reason I show is because it has taught me so much about life and how to be independent and how to work hard. And I think that everyone should show an animal. I have learned so much in the past 2 years than I ever have my whole 18 years. Thank you.
Hey guys, I'm Jamie Elliott. I also live in Plain City. The reason why I show is to, I think we're all out here to promote the swine industry and to get everyone to learn more about their hogs and get a good interest in them. I personally am here to just learn as much as I can to just grow and just know everything that I can. Mostly for hard work and dedication. Raising swine teaches you a lot about that, and I'm here to teach it and love to support it, and I think the swine industry is an amazing thing. So that's why I show.
All right, I definitely think we have some very encouraging individuals coming up, not only in the swine industry, but in the ag industry itself. So go ahead and put your hands together for all of the senior competitors today, whether they're in the ring or not. I love getting these kids out here on the microphone. I love judging hog shows and everything, really, and I just think it's so encouraging and refreshing to find kids like the ones you see out in the ring that can handle themselves, whether it's behind a hog or behind a microphone. So I think these kids have done a really, really good job. I'm going to go ahead and have them drive them out here for just a few more moments. I know it's taken a while, and I've appreciated all your patience for me sorting through all these hogs. It's going to be a long day for sure, but we'll get after it. I'm going to go ahead and have them drive around here for just a few more moments, and then I'll go ahead and shake the hand of your grand, then your reserve, and then 3, and then 4. Put your hands together one more time for these guys.
Your champion senior swine showman is Gavin Douglas. Your reserve champion swine showman in senior division is Ty Campbell. Third overall senior showman today, Jamie Elliott. And your fourth place overall senior swine showman, Eliza Taylor. Okay, as we get ready to take some pictures and get things going, one more time, let's give it up for your grand champion senior swine showman, Gavin Douglas. And your reserve champion senior swine showman, Ty Campbell. Congratulations to all of our senior showmen.
All right, entering the ring now, we have Intermediates Heat 1. We have Nate Petty, Rylan Doak, Brenna Tusher, Flint Wangsgard, Colt Goins, Hayden Harris, Matthew Whitby, Garrett Jacks, and Bennett Leff. This is Class 1 of Intermediate Showmen.
I think it's still on. I don't know.
ahead and put your hands together for this first heat at Intermediate Showman. As we get rolling with the intermediates, just some things to keep in mind for these showmans, the way they handle themselves about the rings, making sure they don't get caught up in the crowd, and using the entire ring to showcase their pig, because that's what showmanship's all about. It is about the kid, but it's about how good that kid makes the pig look at every given moment, okay? And it's so hard to do that when all the crowd is always right around me. It's hard to pick out just one individual to look at. So if you're listening in the barns or in the stands, maybe you're a junior, make sure you use the whole ring and just express yourself. You don't get caught up in the crowds. I think these kids do a really, really good job. I told them what I think they can work on a little bit more into detail, but go ahead and put your hands together and welcome in the next heat and thank them as they leave the ring.
Is it? Okay. Congratulations to Rylan Doak. He's going to be returning to the Intermediate Grand Drive. Exiting the ring from Intermediate Heat 1 is Nate Petty, Brenna Tusher, Flint Wangsgard, Colt Goins, Hayden Harris, Matthew Whitby, Garrett Jakes, and Bennett Leff. Entering the ring from Intermediate Heat 2, we have Garrison Selman, Braxton Young, Lainey Parker, Davini Rasmussen, Cade Draper, Hannah Judkins, Chloe Walker, Addison Kiesel, and Avery Sanders. Entering the ring is Intermediate Heat 2.
Can I get a round of applause for my backup announcer? So this is another one of those times when, as an FFA advisor, you get to be kind of proud when your students grow up into real good people. And I appreciate her being willing to take it for a few minutes every now and again so I can run out of the ring. So in the ring right now, like she just told you, we have Intermediate Heat 2 coming in. Our Intermediate Heat 2 has Avery Sanders, Addison Kiesel, Chloe Walker, Hannah Judkins, Cade Draper, Davini Rasmussen, Lainey Parker, Braxton Young, and Garrison Selman.
I went ahead and pulled a couple back out of this heat to come back for the final drive, but I don't want that to discourage the showmen that are still showing their pigs for me out here. I think there's a lot of hard workers out here. Just gave them a couple tips on how I wanted them to handle themselves about the show ring a little bit more or less, and I think the whole ring needs to be a little bit more intense, especially in this particular heat, you know, whether that's crouching down, getting next to your hog, or just showing me or showing everyone out here that, you know, you're in it to win it, you're not out here just to show a pig. So put your hands together for these hardworking individuals, and congratulations to those who made it back.
Returning out of this heat for your championship intermediate drive will be Braxton Young and Addison Kiesel. And let's give a round of applause to those leaving the ring for their hard work: Avery Sanders, Chloe Walker, Hannah Judkins, Cade Draper, Davini Rasmussen, Lainey Parker, and Garrison Selman. That was your Heat 2 intermediate showmanship. We're moving on with our showmanship today into Intermediate Heat 3. In Intermediate Heat 3, we have Max Whitaker, Sawyer Marriott, Race Martini, Emma Whitaker, Cooper Carter, Aiden Rodarte, Jack Davis, Asher Noble, and Cambry Leff. This is your Intermediate Showmanship Heat 3 in the ring.
put your hands together for these hardworking intermediates as well. I think this is a pretty good heat, actually. Gonna stick to the same procedure as usual, dismiss the ones that are left standing in the ring. I went ahead and talked to them, told them what I thought they could do, told them how I'd like them to see them drive their hogs as time progresses and as things continue, and hopefully it helps them down the road. Just a couple taps under the jaw, make sure that head gets up, and just come out here and drive your hogs. It's not a race to who can get to the judge fastest or who can get to the corner fastest, and I hope these kids understand that. I don't want anyone to be discouraged. Just a really deep heat. Go ahead and welcome in the next one, and thank these guys for showing.
Returning out of intermediate heat 3 for your championship intermediate drive will be Max Whitaker, Sawyer Marriott, Emma Whitaker, and Cooper Carter. And leaving the ring out of heat 3, good job to Race Martini, Aiden Rodarte, Jack Davis, Asher Noble, and Cambry Leff. That was your heat 3 of intermediate showmanship leaving the ring. Coming into the ring next is your intermediate heat 4 of hog showmanship today at the Weber County Unfair. In this round, we have Reagan Skinner, Stockton Marriott, Hadley Hales, Riley Kiesel, Canyon Bennett, Miley Talbot, Carson Earl, Wyatt LaRue, and Oakley Clontz. This is your heat 4 of intermediate showmanship. We've got heat 4, heat 5, and then our intermediate championship drive. And then, of course, we go into our junior showmanship at our hog show today.
Go ahead and put your hands together for the exhibitors, please. I'm going to go ahead and dismiss the showman we see in the ring, bring in the next heat of intermediate showman. Just a couple things to keep in mind, just the way you handle yourself about the ring, how smooth you are when you're switching sides of your hogs, whether you drive the hog to the judge or you drive it away, and if you're staying off the fence or not. Just be sure to use the whole ring and stay calm. Don't get frustrated if your pig wants to run off or wants to do something crazy, or even if he doesn't want to move. I think just being calm and keeping composed is really, really important. But once again, a really good heat of intermediates. I'm excited to see the next one. Go ahead and put your hands together one more time.
Returning for our championship drive out of intermediate heat 4 will be Stockton Marriott, Hadley Hales, and Riley Kiesel. And let's give a round of applause for their hard work to those leaving the ring. Good job, Canyon Bennett, Miley Talbot, Wyatt LaRue, and Oakley Clontz. That was your heat 4 of intermediate showmanship. While we get our Heat 5 in here, we want to thank our sponsors today. We have a lot of sponsors that make these shows possible, and we sure appreciate their support. Thank you to BCP Equipment, Best Western High Country Inn, Big O Tires, Boot Barn, Champion Maker Show Supplies, Comfort Suites, Imagination Company, Pepsi, Riverprint, Rock Hard Excavating, Tractor Supply Co., and Wasatch Distribution. Thank you so much for your sponsorship of the show. And a big thank you to our on-call veterinarians at Borit Animal Hospital. Dr. Catherine Borit and Kayleen Meyerhofer are on call this week, and we sure appreciate their help and service to the fair. Walking in the ring right now is your Heat 5 of intermediate showmanship. Coming in this final heat of intermediates, we have Carden Clem, Parker Servey, Miley Dolan, Meg McCormick, Levi Marriott, Caden Hatch, Paxton Brower, Halen Robbins, and Cole Taylor. This is your intermediate Heat 5, our final heat of intermediates for today, until we get into our championship intermediate drive.
We have a couple vehicles that need to be moved or they will be towed in about 15 minutes. A white Chevy, license plate 9AABM, and a black Subaru Forest, license plate F224K2.
Go ahead and put your hands together for this final heat of intermediates. A real deep heat with a lot of talent that is still standing out in the ring. It's unfortunate that they're not going to get a comeback for the final drive, but I told the contestants themselves to not take this for granted and not to get discouraged by not making the cut this time, because I still think there's a lot of potential and a lot of talent left in the ring. It's just unfortunate I only have so many pens this time. Go ahead and put your hands together. I'm super excited to sort through your final heat of intermediates.
Coming back into the ring out of Heat 5 will be Levi Marriott and Cole Taylor. Now let's give a round of applause to the kids as they go back to the barn. Carden Clem, Parker Servey, Miley Dolan, Meg McCormick, Caden Hatch, Paxton Brower, and Halen Robbins. That was your Class 5 of Intermediate Showmanship. And after just a second to get things ready, we'll go right into our Intermediate Championship drive. As we bring these showmen back in for our intermediate champion drive, let's give all of them a round of applause for making it this far. They've made it through their respective classes and now they're competing for the end. So, coming out of Heat 1, we have Rylan Doak. Coming out of Heat 2, Braxton Young and Addison Kiesel. Coming into the ring out of Heat 3, Max Whitaker, Sawyer Marriott, Cooper Carter, and Emma Whitaker. Coming into the ring out of Heat 4, we will have Stockton Marriott, Hadley Hales, and Riley Kiesel. And coming into the ring out of Heat 5, we will have Levi Marriott and Cole Taylor. This is your championship intermediate showmanship drive. As our judge is going through and sorting this nice class of showmen, I've been asked to give a plea for help. So in the back, they are very short-handed. So if you are able to operate a pigboard and help, they are having a hard time getting kids from the barn to the staging area. So if we have older showmen who are done for the time being, or we have past showmen, parents, grandparents, really anyone who's willing to help, if you can help get kids from the pens through the alleyway and to the staging area, we could really use a hand with that. So if you've got someone handy that could help, please send them out there. We could sure use it. We appreciate it. Thank you.
You know, these kids are still working hard. I know it's getting later in the day, so go ahead and put your hands together and congratulate them on their hard work. I went ahead and talked to all the showmen I have penned up in the pens behind me here, gave them some tips on what I think they could do a little bit better, and told them why they're in the pens instead of on this side of the fence. And I still want them to know that don't get discouraged by this. Y'all are really, really good showmen. It's just not your day today, okay? And for the one standing left, go ahead and keep showing while I finish making up my mind. But I think there's a couple gentlemen out here that just do a phenomenal job behind the whip. I think they get out there and they drive that hog really, really well. I love how their head's up and how they just stay calm and they utilize the whole ring. It's really, really encouraging. Not to mention, I think every single one of the ones left standing out here are so intense. I absolutely love it. Just a note to the juniors who might be listening back into the barn, if I have you in a pen and you let yourself out, go ahead and close that gate. It's just common courtesy to go ahead and close that gate, and just a pet peeve of mine. So if you let yourself into a pen, go ahead and let yourself out and leave it how you found it. So go ahead and close that gate when you leave yourself out of a pen. I'm going to go ahead and get off the mic now, but I want you to give them one more big round of applause, and I'll go shake the hand of your grand champion, your reserve, and then third, and then fourth.
Your champion intermediate showman today in the hog division is Stockton Marriott. Your reserve champion showman is Rylan Doak. Now I'm going to have to ask a favor of the other two young men in the ring. Could you please turn your back to the announcer and hold your ribbon color up so I can see who you are? I'm over here. I need to see your back. And Max, could you hold your ribbon color up? All right, now that I know who you are, I'm sorry, I can't tell who you are in masks. Our third place overall showman today in the intermediate division was Cooper Carter. And our fourth place overall showman today was Max Whitaker. So let's give all these good intermediates a round of applause as they exit. They've all worked real hard to get to this point. And let's hear it one more time for our champion intermediate showman, Stockton Marriott. And our reserve champion intermediate showman, Rylan Doak. As we take a minute and take our pictures, we'd just like to thank everybody that helps put this on. It takes an incredible number of people to make a hog show run. Let's give a big round of applause to our superintendents, Lex and Shelley McCormick. Unless you've ever had to do their job, I don't think you can truly understand just how much work the superintendents put in to run one of these shows. And we sure appreciate them making this happen for our kids. We've got a lot of help in the back, we've got a lot of help in the ring, and we sure appreciate everybody for making it happen. Now, one more plea from the back. We are about to start our juniors, and our juniors need a lot of help getting those hogs up to the ring. So if there is anybody that is able to help, if you're a showman that's done, you're an older showman, anybody that is able to run a pig board, we could sure use your help in the barns, getting the pigs out of the pens and into the chute, and all the way along that long chute from the barns to here. We need some people to help move hogs along. So if anybody is able to go help our juniors out, we would sure appreciate getting our juniors up here with as little stress to them and their hogs as possible. We want to take a minute and thank our sponsors. They make all this run, and we appreciate their contributions. Thank you so much to Wasatch Distribution, Tractor Supply Company, Rock Hard Excavating, River Print, Imagination Co., Comfort Suites, Champion Maker Show Supply, Boot Barn, Big O Tires, Best Western High Country Inn, and BCP Equipment. We appreciate them helping make this happen for our kids. And remember, if you have people that wish to participate but can't be here with us in person, we are live streaming all of our shows today. They can go to WeberCountyFair.org and scroll down to the button with a link to our live YouTube channel, or they can go to the Weber County Fair Facebook page and watch live through Facebook. So if you have some friends or family that want to participate and watch the show today but don't want to be here in person, we would encourage them to join us through our online media sources. And again, if you're getting hungry, because it's starting to be that time of the day, the concessions are open on the northwest corner of the Golden Spike Event Center. Again, congratulations to our intermediate hog showmen, and we'll get started with our junior hog showmanship in just a few minutes. Okay, let's get started with our first round of junior showmanship. Heat 1 of junior showmanship is coming into the ring. We have 4 heats of juniors today, and that will be followed by our junior showmanship champion drive. As our juniors come into the ring, let's put your hands together for these juniors. We've got Hallie Peterson, Kate Marriott, Tegan Wright, Hadley LaRose, Ridge Marriott, Case Martini, Oakley Wade, Brinley Hatch, Rocky Parker, and Adeline Stoker. This is your Heat 1 of junior showmanship in the ring.
I think a great way to go ahead and start off the juniors. I know these kids have been waiting for a long time to go ahead and compete, and I went ahead and talked to them individually about what I think they did really good and what I think they could work on for the future. And as they progress as showmen, go ahead and put your hands together to say congratulations. I went ahead and cut a couple back as well. Let's welcome in the next heat of junior showmen.
Staying in the holding pens to come back for our championship drive out of Heat 1 in Junior Hog Showmanship today will be Tegan Wright, Ridge Marriott, and Rocky Parker. And congratulations and good work to our kids that are leaving the ring right now. Hallie Peterson, Kate Marriott, Hadley LaRose, Case Martini, Oakley Wade, Brinley Hatch, and Adeline Stoker. Coming in the ring next, we have our Junior Showmanship Heat 2. In Heat 2 of our Junior Showmanship, please welcome to the ring Gracie Abelman, Callie Woolsey, Max Whitaker, Bentley Draper, Malin Hales, Carson Carter, Sam Rasmussen, Ridge Weston, and Parley Parker. This is your Heat 2 of Junior Showmanship in the ring now.
You know, I kept a lot of these kids back from this heat, and that's because I think the competition is there, and I think these kids are all pretty deserving. I went ahead and talked to the 3 individuals that still stay in the ring, and they're going to go ahead and be dismissed. Hopefully I encouraged them to go home, get a little bit better, and come back and compete and kick some butt next year. So go ahead and put your hands to them and welcome in our next heat of juniors.
Staying in the holding area for our championship drive out of Junior Heat 2 is Gracie Abelman, Max Richard Whitaker, Bentley Draper, Malin Hales, Carson Carter, and Sam Rasmussen. And let's give those kids, as they go back up the chute, a big round of applause. Callie Woolsey, Ridge Weston, and Parley Parker. Our juniors are sure right on the ball today. They come in right as soon as the last one goes out. So let's give a big welcome to these juniors as they get back in the ring. In Heat 3 for junior showmanship today, coming into the ring, we have Daxton Dolan, Clara McCormick, Chesney Gold, Holly Bitton, Ada Delabout, Brinley Taylor, Abby Munford, Coyce Munford, Hayden Mork, and Claire Wainsgard. This is your Heat 3 of junior showmanship in your hog show today at the 2020 Weber County Unfair.
Let's put our hands together for this heat of junior showmen. I think they've worked really hard and they definitely deserve it. Gonna stick to the normal procedure and go ahead and dismiss the ones in the ring. I kept back the ones that I think were hardworking and deserving, but I still think there's a lot of talent and a lot of potential still in the ring. Just a couple nitpicky things that I get to go ahead and decide who gets to make the cut and who doesn't, but definitely don't let this discourage you guys. I think you all are really good showmen, and like I said, a lot of potential in the ring. Just keep up the good work. Let's welcome the next round of junior showmen.
Returning out of that class in Junior Heat 3 for showmanship today will be Holly Bitton, Brinley Taylor, and Coyce Munford. Exiting the ring in Heat 3, Daxton Dolan, Clara McCormick, Chesney Gold, Ada Delabout, Abby Munford, Hayden Mork, and Claire Wainsgard. That was your Heat 3 of junior showmanship. We have our fourth and final round of showmanship walking into the ring now. In our fourth and final heat of junior showman, we have Heston Skinner, Canyon Chug, Presley Brower, Bryn Leff, Tessa Walker, Cade Robbins, Gage Loveland, Kayla Kiesel, and McKiley Rouser. This is your fourth and final heat of junior showmanship today. Following this heat, we'll have our junior showmanship champion drive.
ahead and put your hands together for a super deep heat of junior showman. I think there's some individuals in here that are very deserving to go ahead and stay back. Really proud of the individuals that I'm going to go ahead and dismiss. Just a couple nitpicky things that I went ahead and talked to them all about, but still a very deep heat of juniors. I'm excited to bring back them all and see what we have for the final drive. So put your hands together one more time for me.
Coming back into the ring for our championship junior showmanship drive out of Heat 4 will be Heston Skinner, Tessa Walker, Kayla Kiesel, and McKiley Rouser. And good job to those headed back to the barn: Canyon Chug, Presley Brower, Bryn Leff, Cade Robbins, and Gage Loveland. We're now bringing our juniors back into the ring for the championship drive. In this championship drive, we have coming in out of Heat 1, Tegan Wright, Ridge Marriott, and Rocky Parker. Coming back into the ring out of Heat 2 will be Gracie Abelman, Max Richard Whitaker, Bentley Draper, Malin Hales, Carter Carson, and Sam Rasmussen. Coming back into the ring out of Heat 3, we will have Holly Bitten, Brinley Taylor, and Coyce Munford. And coming back in for our championship drive out of Heat 4, Heston Skinner, Tessa Walker, Kayla Kiesel, and McKiley Rouser. This is your championship drive for your junior showmanship today.
I think all of these juniors deserve a really big round of applause, so go ahead for me. You know, I think this is the deepest heat we've had all day, and that's saying a lot because those seniors, they were really good. Those intermediates, they were really good as well. But, I mean, top to bottom, all 16 hogs we have driving out here. I just think it's incredible by how many good showmen we have behind the whip driving these hogs out here. It's super, super encouraging. I'm going to go ahead and talk about the showman a little bit, what I like to see, and I just think this young man does a phenomenal job at just being calm. He always has that head up. I think he does the best job at getting that head up. He's just super calm, super nice about the way he whips his pig into shape, and he just is out here, he's just driving me circles, and I really, really appreciate that. The other young gentleman over here does a very, very good job at just being so self-composed. He's never got rattled once. He's been caught up in the corner a couple times, but it's never razzled him. He's just very calm. He's very mature about how he handles his pig, and I like that a lot. I think all these showmen are really, really intense, but I really love the lady with the bun. I think she does a phenomenal job at just being calm. She utilizes the whole ring the best, I think. She's always just out here. She's giving me U's, she's giving me figure eights, and she's just very calm about what she does. I do wish she was a little bit more aggressive. I wish she drove at me with a little bit more intense, but just a very, very good showman in general. Then we have the lady with the ponytail, who's also just a very reserved showman. I bet if I talked to her, I bet she'd be a little bit shy. That's kind of how she comes off as, but I think she does a very good job at just handling her pig and being very smooth and genuine about her motions around the ring and around her pig. So I'm going to go ahead and select your grand champion junior showman. I'll follow with the reserve and then the third and fourth, but let's give them one more big round of applause for me.
Your champion junior showman today is Ridge Marriott. Your reserve champion junior showman, Tegan Wright. Your third overall junior showman today, Holly Bitton. And your fourth place overall junior showman, Max Richard Whitaker. Congratulations to all our juniors, and let's give these other juniors that are in the pens a round of applause as they come out. We have Rocky Parker, Gracie Abelman, Bentley Draper, Malin Hales, Carter Carson, Sam Rasmussen, Brinley Taylor, Coyce Munford, Heston Skinner, Tessa Walker, Kayla Kiesel, and McKiley Rouser. That was your champion drive and your junior showmanship today in our Weber County Hog Show. Let's hear it one more time for our top four. Our champion junior showman, Ridge Marriott. Our reserve champion junior showman, Tegan Wright. Our third overall, Holly Bitton. And our fourth overall, Max Richard Whitaker. Okay. As we finish up, we are going to take a lunch break. We will resume with our Market Class 1 at 1:45. So we'll see you back here at 1:45, ready to go with the hogs in the pen and ready to get started. We want to thank everyone for being here through our showmanship show today. Thank you so much to our superintendents, our board folks, everybody in the chutes. And if you've been helping, we're going to need you again very soon. So we'll see you back at 1:45 for our market classes and our hog show today. Welcome back to the Weber County Junior Livestock Show. We're starting with our market hogs this afternoon. We're glad everybody could come, whether you're joining us in person or online. We're getting ready to bring our first class of market hogs into the ring right now. Our first class of market hogs weighs in from 230 to 232 pounds. We want to thank our judge, Miss Hannah Nicolai out of Joe's, Colorado. Hannah's been very involved in the livestock industry and has been on numerous livestock judging teams throughout her college experience. She's currently attending Panhandle State University, where she competes with their livestock judging team. She grew up raising livestock and showing livestock and plans to continue in production agriculture in the future. You can tell just by how she's been working with our kids today that she has a strong desire to help today's youth. She really works hard to make sure and give every kid some feedback, and we sure appreciate her working with our kids this week. Walking into the ring right now, you see our market class of hogs, Class 1. Again, this class weighs in at 230 to 232 pounds. In this class, we have Nate Petty, Kyle Drake, Emma Wilkinson, Abby Smith, Kylie Martin, Hallie Peterson, and Ryland Doak. This is your Class 1 of market hogs, 230 to 232 pounds. As we're getting into our show today, we want to just give one more big round of applause to our superintendents, all the ladies at the table. Can we hear it for them, and all of our ring help? These guys do a lot of work through the week to make this happen, and we sure appreciate them. And a big thanks to our on-call veterinarians this week. Borat Animal Hospital is providing our veterinary services for the show, and we appreciate Dr. Kayleen Meyerhofer and Dr. Catherine Borat for helping us out this week as we need them. We have a lot of sponsors making sure that the kids have what they need, our staff has what they need, and that the show could go on. So we want to thank BCP Equipment, Best Western High Country Inn, Big O Tires, Boot Barn, Champion Maker Show Supply, Comfort Suites, Imagination Co., Pepsi, River Print, Rock Hard Excavating, Tractor Supply Co., and Wasatch Distribution. Thank you so much for sponsoring the show. If you do need concessions at any point during the show, the northwest corner of the Golden Spike concession stand is open and available for business. In the ring right now, again, is our first heat, our first class in the market show today, Class 1, 230 to 232 pounds. In this class, Nate Petty, Kyle Drake, Emma Wilkinson, Abby Smith, Kylie Martin, Hallie Peterson, and Ryland Doak.
You know, I think a really, really good way to start the Market Hog show off with, I'm just really intrigued with the freshness of the super athletic barrel that the young lady's driving. I absolutely love how deep his top line groove work. I love how much muscle and expression he reads out the backside of his blade. Still plenty functional when she sets him on the drive. Just a really complete hog. I'm excited to see him win. Now, definitely, I think the muscle advantage comes in this belted hog that we have in second. I think this is a hog who's more correct in terms of his finish. I really, really appreciate how big backed he is and how expressive he is all the way out there through his ham and all the way in through the base of his ham. It's just his structure that I'm going to go ahead and pick apart. I wish he was more set forward in his blade, which would allow him to reach a little more steady out of his front end. And I just wish he flexed there more in his hawk and his pattern as he tracks away from me. I'd like to lengthen his hip up a little, but still an incredibly good barrow to go ahead and run into second. Go ahead and give those two exhibitors a round of applause. They'll come back for your drive. So if y'all want to exit, they'll hold you back, okay?
Your class winner for Market Hogs Class 1 is Hallie Peterson.
The blue-faced barrel I got driving into third is another really, really powerful barrel. I think he has a lot of shape over his top. I love when I get behind him and how much power and expression I see there at the base of his ham. I just think he's pushing a little extra cover for my personal liking. I'd really like to make him truer and more genuine there in his rib shape. Just like to loosen him up in terms of a structure standpoint, but still a very good barrow to go ahead and run into third. As we bring out numbers 4 and 5, I think these are a pair of barrows that have a lot of good to offer. They're big back, they're pretty expressive, they offer a lot of shape as I steady them up high, but just barrows that entirely need to be pulled apart there in their lower skeleton. I think they need to be more genuine there at the ground. Just like to see them track truer as they come to and from me. And as we round out the class with a couple more hogs that maybe don't bring quite enough muscle to the table, they're still, excuse me, I still think these are some barrows that have a lot of good to them. I really like how extended their front end is. They're still long and level spine. It's just unfortunate that I don't think they have near the muscle or the skeletal width to go ahead and compete up any higher, but put your hands together for a great first class of Market Hogs.
Class 1, Market Hogs, 230 to 232 pounds. Winning that class, Hallie Peterson. In second place, Rylan Doak, and they will be returning for the division championship. In third place, Nate Perry. Fourth, Kylie Martin. Fifth, Abby Smith. Sixth, Kyle Drake. And seventh, Emma Wilkinson. In the ring next is our Class 2 of Market Hogs. Class 2 of Market Hogs in our lightweight division today weighs in between 233 and 236 pounds. Our exhibitors in Class 2 are Brenna Tusher, Flint Wainsgard, Jenna Peterson, Colt Goins, Kayla Lay, Hayden Harris, and Kate Marriott. This is your Class 2 of Market Hogs, 233 to 236 pounds.
a pretty interesting duo I have still out here in the ring. I just am going to opt to tie into the added freshness and athleticism I find in the young lady's gilt. I think she's really cool about how she ties her head neck into the top side of that blade. I think she's so expressive down her top line groove, and I love how she's so shapely there through her ham and as I steady her behind. Certainly don't think she's perfect, though. I really would like to pull her apart there in her lower skeleton. Really like to see her almost step down on even a bigger circumference of bone, but still a high-quality individual. I'm glad to see her win. The barrow that drives into second is definitely more of the one who fits the bill if you're going after a meat and potatoes kind of barrow. I think he's absolutely tremendous in terms of muscle shape and expression. I love how big forearmed he is. I still think he's really big backed, and he still works a pretty impressive stifle. I just think that coming and going, he doesn't track near true enough at the ground. I need to pull his lower skeleton apart completely. And if I want to get even more critical, it's his hip that I have a problem with. Not only does he want to get a little short strided on me on there in the back, I just like to lengthen his hip up and offer a lot more flex and reach there out of his hind too. Still another high quality, heavy muscled individual to go ahead and run into second. Give a round of applause for the two that will come back for the drive. The young man's gilt that's going to drive his way into third is still a really impressive gilt. I actually don't mind her skeleton near as much as the one in place two. I think she's really, really good in terms of being so opened up in terms of her chest floor. I love how open, genuine she is there in her foreb, and that allows her to read with a lot of muscle up high. I just don't think she's near as structurally correct. I'd just like to see her set down with some more structural integrity there in her hind too. She wants to get too tight there in her hip loin, just throws off her balance from a profile standpoint. As we bring out the fourth place, I think this is another big back barrow who is really open and genuine there in his lower skeleton. I just think he's more of a compact type of hog who simply needs to be fresher and more lean about the way he's presented. Go ahead and give this gentleman a round of applause. And as we round out the class in 5, 6, and 7, I think these are some hogs that definitely have some muscle shape over the top side of their skeleton, still read powerful there throughout their ham. Just gilts and barrows that maybe need some more rib shape, maybe need some more structural integrity to go ahead and compete up any higher, but still a really good class of market hogs. Go ahead and put your hands together for all of the exhibitors.
Your Class 2 of Market Hogs, class winner, Jenna Peterson. In second place, Kayla Lay. Third, Hayden Harris. Fourth, Colt Goins. Fifth, Brianna Tusher. Sixth, Kate Marriott. And seventh, Flint Wainsgard. That was your Class 2 of Market Hogs. Returning for the division championship out of that class will be Jenna Peterson and Kayla Lay. Your Class 3 Market Hogs coming in the ring right now. Class 3 in our lightweight division weighs in between 237 and 239 pounds. We have two more classes in our lightweight division, and then we'll have our Division 1 runoff. Class 3 of Market Hogs, 237 to 239 pounds. Our exhibitors in this class are Hadley LaRose, Ridge Marriott, Tegan Wright, Spencer Bischoff, Brinley Hatch, Case Martini, Oakley Wade, Matthew Whitby, Will Bailey, and Carly Wilson. This is your Class 3 of Market Hogs in the ring right now.
You know, there's two really good gilts that drive out here for 1 and 2. I'm just more up to tie into the functionality of the predominantly black gilt. I think she's incredible in terms of how opened up she is there in her chest floor. I think she reads with a lot of mass and just pushes so much dimension over the top side of her blade all the way out through her ham. Just think she's the most powerful, most functional gilt, so I'm going to go ahead and start her. But understand, nothing to take away from the white gilt I have in second, because from the profile, this gilt is silhouette perfect. I think she's really, really good on how tall bladed she is. She's a big forearm gilt. She still reads really powerful out the back side of her blade and all the way through the base of her ham. I just wish she was a little more genuine there in her rib shape. And up front, I just wish she was pulled apart ever so slightly more there in her chest or there in between her front legs. But still, really exciting pair to bring back to the final drive. Go ahead and give them a round of applause. Bring out the blue barrow we have that drives himself into third. I think this is a barrow that just offers a lot of muscle. He's big back, he's big topped. I love how expressive he is there out through his ham. I just wish I could elevate his whole front end. I wish he was taller bladed. I wish he wedged back wider as I steady him up high, but just a heavy muscle barrow to go ahead and take a solid third. Looking into fourth, we got the black-backed barrow that drives himself into fourth. I think this is a barrow who offers a lot of shape and dimension. Looking up high, it's just down low that I have a problem. I need to pull his lower skeleton apart. I need to make his forerib and his rib more genuine there, and he'll be better, okay? But congratulations to you. Looking into 5 and 6 together, I think these are a couple of gilts and barrows that do a lot of good. I think they offer a lot of muscle. They offer a lot of topside shape and dimension. They're big hammed. I just don't think they balance. They don't put all the pieces together right from the profile standpoint. I think the young lady's barrel gets too high and too dry there in her hip, and I just wish the girl in the FFA jacket, I wish her barrel was entirely more extended, just entirely loosened as they look at her skeleton. Continuing on down the class, I think these are some gilts and barrows that offer a lot of good. Like I said earlier, some of them are big-backed, big-hammed. Definitely don't have a problem when it comes to muscle. I just think it's a skeletal and a skeleton design problem that runs into an issue as we study their forward, we study them coming and going. I really need these hogs to be pulled apart at the ground. They need to be soft-footed. They still need to be able to get out and drive. I think some of them get a little short hip. They get a little flat and narrow there in their forerib, and that's just where they're going to fall short. But congratulations to all the exhibitors. They did a good job.
Congratulations to Market Hog Class 3. First place, Ridge Marriott. Second place, Tegan Wright. Third, Will Bailey. Fourth, Case Martini. Fifth, Hadley LaRose. Sixth, Carly Wilson. Seventh, Brinley Hatch. Eighth, Matthew Whitby. Ninth, Oakley Wade. And 10th, Spencer Bischoff.
Thanks, Cheyenne. Appreciate it. Okay, that was our class 3 of Market Hogs. We're getting ready to bring in our 4th and final class in our lightweight division today, and then we'll follow that up with our Division 1 runoff. Our hogs in class 4 weigh in between 240 and 242 pounds. Exhibitors showing their hogs in this class are Bennett Leff, Garrett Jakes, Gracie LaRue, Rocky Parker, Garrison Selman, Adeline Stoker, Lainey Parker, Braxton Young, and Gracelyn Ellis. This is your class 4 of Market Hogs, our final class in our lightweight division today. Following this will be our Division 1 runoff.
You know, I think the blue barrow has the least faults, and that's why he's going to go ahead and win. I love his front end. I love the angle to his blade. I love how forward-reaching he is there out of his front skeleton. I still think he pushes plenty of muscle and shape and dimension all the way out the backside of his shoulder. Still think he's a really big ham barrow, and I just think he's the most complete. So he's going to go ahead, and in order to make him perfect, I think he gets a little funny there at the base of his skeleton. He wants to come in at his knee, and it's not because of the angle of his shoulder. I just wish he'd be a little bit more relaxed there up front, but still a very high-quality individual to go ahead and take first. Now, the barrow in second poses me with some challenge because, honestly, there's not a lot of shape. All this barrow offers is just sheer mass and dimension. Has plenty of muscle. He's big backed, he's big hammed, he's structurally sound, he's wide based. I just wish I could see more shape. I'd like to see him a little bit more lean there over his top line groove. I'd like to come see him just a little bit more shape down through his ham, but still a very heavy muscled individual to go ahead and take second. Go ahead and put your hands together for the two that'll come back for the drive. The young lady spotted barrow that's going to be up in third is still another really good barrow. I think he offers a lot of structural integrity. I really like the shape of his rib. It's another big back barrow who just isn't quite as expressive as I study him from behind. I just like to see him have more shape as I study him there through the seam of his ham. The barrow in fourth is another individual who's big backed, offers a lot of shape actually. Deep top line groove, really aggressive there above his ribs and all the way in there through his ham. I just don't think that he puts the pieces together. I'd like to pick up his whole front end. I'd like to make him taller bladed. Just like to make him a little more athletic when we get him out on the move. He wants to get a little tight there in his hip loin. Congratulations to her. We bring out 5 and 6 together. I think these are some barrows who still offer some good. They're still big back. They still offer some forearm shapes, still plenty big stifled. I just don't think they balance up. They need to be leveler spine. They need to be looser there throughout their spine and their skeleton. Maybe the one who we're struggling to get out is pushing a little bit of extra cover. I'd like to lean him up a little bit, but still a big forearmed, heavy muscled individual to go ahead and sit there. And as we round out the class, I have to study them from the ground up. That's how I was taught. That's how I was raised. And I think these are some barrows who from the side, they profile out good. They're tall bladed. They still look the part from the side, but underneath they just get two-dimensional. I need to give them more fore-rib shape. I need to make them bigger backed, bigger topped, and just more muscle overall. But put your hands together for all of these exhibitors as well.
Your Class 4 of Market Hogs coming back for your Division I runoff will be in first place, Braxton Young, and in second, Gracie LaRue. Third, Adeline Stoker. Fourth, Gracelyn Ellis. Fifth, Garrett Jakes. Sixth, Garrison Selman. Seventh, Bennett Leff. Eighth, Rocky Parker. And ninth, Laney Parker. That was your Class 4 of Market Hogs. That was the end of our lightweight division. We're getting ready now to bring back our hogs for our Division I runoff. We're starting to bring our hogs back into the ring for our Division I runoff. In our Division I runoff, these hogs are all weighing in between 230 and 242 pounds. Out of Class 1, we have Hallie Peterson and Rylan Doak. Out of Class 2, we will have Jenna Peterson and Kayla Lay. Out of Class 3, Ridge Marriott and Tegan Wright. And out of Class 4, Braxton Young and Gracie LaRue. These kids will be coming back in the ring for the Division I runoff.
You know, I think there's a couple gilts and barrows in here that are just absolutely phenomenal in putting the pieces together. I love the skeletal design. I love the silhouette picture that they put together from the profile, but I love that they do all of those things without sacrificing any power. I love the fact that I've got some big back barrows and gilts in here that are just tremendous in the amount of muscle they read and feed with out the backside of her shoulder and all the way in through the base of their ham. That being said, I think there is an individual in here that sticks out kind of like a sore thumb. I'm going to go ahead and select from grand all the way down to 8th place. Just to recap everything real quick, though, I think the gilt we have that comes out of Class 1, I think that barrow's incredibly good in terms of design and putting all the pieces together. I really, really like how much muscle feeds out the backside of his shoulder. I absolutely love his top line, and I still think he gets around the ring with plenty of comfort and ease. The gilt we bring in next out of Class 2, I think she's really, really good in terms of being tall-bladed. I love her skeletal design. I love that she's so flexible off either end of her skeleton, but yet I think she's really, really bold there in the shape of her rib, and that still allows her to read with so much power up high, and I really appreciate that. The gilt that comes out of the 3rd class, I just think she puts all the pieces together really, really well. I absolutely love her skeletal design. I love how high-headed she is. I think she's ultra-flexible up front. Still really genuine as you work her way into her center body. Just super athletic as you get her on the move. Really, really impressed with just her power and her shape as well. Then we talk about the blue barrel that comes out of our last class, just a massive and powerful barrel. Maybe doesn't have quite as much shape as everything else out there, but still a really big back barrel who's tremendous in the shape of his ham. And just look at him from the profile view. I think that's a big forearm, really genuine in terms of his rib, just a really complete barrel that stands out of class 4. Like I said, I'll get off the mic now. I'll go ahead and select Grand, Reserve, and then all the way down through 8. So put your hands together as a congratulations for all of these exhibitors as well.
Your Division I champion, Ridge Marriott. Your reserve for Division I, exhibited by Hallie Peterson. In third, Tegan Wright. Fourth, Jenna Peterson. Fifth, Rylan Doak. Sixth, Braxton Young. Seventh, Kayla Lay. And eighth, in your Division I runoff, Gracie LaRue. Congratulations to everyone in Division I. These kids have all worked hard to make it into the division championship. Let's give them all one more big round of applause as they leave down through the back alleys. Your Division I champion, Ridge Marriott. Your Division reserve champion out of Division 1, Hallie Peterson. We want to thank all our sponsors as we go into Division 2. BCP Equipment, Best Western High Country Inn, Big O Tires, Boot Barn, Champion Maker Show Supplies, Comfort Suites, Imagination Co., Pepsi, Riverprint, Rock Hard Excavating, Tractor Supply Company, and Wasatch Distribution. Thank you so much for sponsoring our livestock shows at the Weber County Unfair this week. Coming in the ring right now is our first class in our Division 2. Division 2 is our middleweight hogs. Coming in the ring in Class 5, these hogs weigh in between 244 and 246 pounds. Exhibitors in this class include Gracie Abelman, Stockton Chug, Callie Woolsey, Cade Draper, Davany Rasmussen, Eliza Taylor, Hannah Judkins, and J.C. Bennett. This is your Class 5 of Market Hogs, our first class in our middleweight division, weighing 244 to 246 pounds.
You know, a really, really close top pair of barrows that I both think bring a lot of good to the table. I'm just more apt to tie into the better designed hog. I absolutely love the way his skeleton's put together. I think his pieces fit. He balances from every aspect of the ring. And don't let the color fool you, because it did to me at first. I think this barrow's phenomenal in the way his rib shape is shaped. I love how massive topped he is. He still works a lot of shape out the backside of his blade. Huge, huge ham. A barrow that just offers a lot of muscle, super complete, and I love his design and skeletal makeup, so he's gonna go ahead and win. Now, certainly, I think the barrow that we find in 2, this belted barrow, is really, really good just in terms of shape and power and dimension. He's so aggressive in the angle to his shoulder. He's so aggressive in the angle to his shoulder. He's so dimensional as you study right on top of him. I just think it's his design that I have a problem with. He wants to get a little steep there out of his hip. He wants to get a little pinch there in his hip loin. Just to make him a little fresher in terms of those aspects and fix those things, and you've got a really, really good one. Go ahead and congratulate the 2 that'll come back for the drive. Working our way down the class, this blue barrow who must have got some water in his ear or something, is another one whose color might fool you. I think he's still a really, really just expressive type of made hog. He's really big backed. He's really, really, really shapely there throughout his ham. I just think he needs more shape up high to go ahead and move up any higher. I'd like to pull him more apart there in his lower skeleton as we study those hind too. The barrow I have in 4th, and this one's also just a truck in terms of muscle. I think he's super aggressive, and talk about his top line groove. I think he's huge hammed. I just don't think he reads genuine at the ground. He really wants to come in at his knee. He gets too flat shouldered. I just like to pull him apart at the ground to move up any higher. But congratulations to you, young lady, on a heavy muscled gilt. As we move down into 5 and 6, I think these are some gilts that offer a lot of good. They're still big back. They still offer a lot of shape and dimension as you study them from behind. I just think it's their structure. This one gets too tight there in his hip loin. It totally throws off his structure. Just doesn't even look comfortable when he gets on the move. Talk about the young man's more black barrow you see going out of the ring right now. I think this is a barrow that just needs to be elevated and extended in every aspect. He needs to be taller bladed. He needs to be a little bit longer in his spine, and he needs to have way more flex off of his hind too. And rounding out the class, I think these barrows simply just got outpowered by everything ahead of them. I still think they have a lot of good design pieces. I still think they're pretty tall bladed. They're still really long and level backed, loose enough spine, but I just think they get outpowered. They need a little bit more rib shape. They need a little bit more dimension up high and from behind to go ahead and move up any higher, but still congratulate this class of middleweights.
Coming out of the ring from Class 5, coming back for the Division II championship will be Eliza Taylor and Hannah Judkins. So Class 5, your results are: first place, Eliza Taylor; second place, Hannah Judkins; third, Gracie Abelman; fourth, JC Bennett; fifth, Stockton Chug; sixth, Cade Draper; seventh, Davini Rasmussen; and eighth, Callie Woolsey. That was your Class 5 of Market Hogs. In the ring right now, we have Class 6 of Market Hogs. Class 6 of Market Hogs weighs in between 247 and 249 pounds. Exhibitors in Class 6 include Max Richard Whitaker, Chloe Walker, Ty Campbell, Avery Sanders, Addison Kiesel, Paisley Brower, Bentley Draper, Bodie Goins, and Caleb Curl. This is your Class 6 of Market Hogs, weighing in 247 to 249 pounds.
I like to win is just the freshest, the most athletic when she gets him out here on the drive. And I know he's fighting a showman a little bit too much in my preference, but I think that's a barrow who's just built right and puts all the pieces together. I love how much shape and dimension he feeds with out the backside of his blade. He still reads with a lot of shape and dimension as you study him underneath. And I just think that's the most complete barrow. And I'm just most comfortable starting him to win when you look at his skeleton and you put that together with his muscle. Now, I really appreciate just the pliability and the functionality of the young man's barrow who's in second. I love the angle of his blade. I love how forward-reaching he is there out of his front skeleton. He still sets down on his back skeleton with plenty of comfort and ease. Maybe wants to get a knot straight as you study the angle of his shoulder, and I just wish he was more expressive, had more shape out the backside of his shoulder when I study him up high over his back, and that's what's going to keep him down in second. But go ahead and put your hands together for the two exhibitors that'll come back for your drive. What sort of the young lady down was just how straight I found the barrow to be. He wants to get entirely too pinched there in the front of his shoulder. You want his shoulder blades come up too flat and narrow up at the top of his skeleton, but that's okay because that's still a really big back barrow who offers a lot of shape and dimension when you study him from behind. Still plenty functional as you get him out on the move from behind. Just another solid barrow to go ahead and run into third. Now, the young man's barrow, who sits in fourth, I think this barrow is really unique in terms of shape and design. I still think that's a really unique barrow because of the amount of width he has over his top. I love the shape of his rib. I love how wide he is over his top. I just wish I could lengthen up his hip. Wish I could make him more pliable as you study him there in his hawk and his pattern and in his entire rear construction. So that's what's going to make you sit fourth. But congratulations to you, young man. Moving on down the line into 5 and 6, I think these are some barrows who are still wide constructed, still offer a lot of base width, still offer a lot of genuine rib shape, but I don't think they have near the shape or dimension up high. And you study them up high or even from behind to go ahead and compete. That's where I'd like to change them. They just get a little bit flat, a little bit plain from the side, and that's enough to keep them down at the bottom of the class. But continuing on down the line, I think these are 3 other barrows that still offer some width, still offer some genuine fore-rib shape, still are plenty functional as you study them from up high. I just think it's their skeleton that I have a problem with. They need to be longer and more functional in their hip. And the 2 white barrows that you see leaving now are just entirely too flat-sided. I really need to make them more genuine in their rib. And the young man who rounds out the class, definitely a gilt width, or definitely a barrow with plenty of muscle. I just think that she needs to be entirely more sound. I'd like to completely reconstruct her whole hind end in order to move her up any higher. But congratulations to you as well.
That was your Class 6 of Market Hogs leaving the ring. Coming back for the championship drive out of that class will be Bentley Draper and Ty Campbell. In third place, Addison Kiesel. In fourth, Max Richard Whitaker. Fifth, Caleb Curl. Sixth, Chloe Walker. Seventh, Avery Sanders. Eighth, Paisley Brower. And ninth, Bodie Goins. That was your Class 6 of Market Hogs, and we'll be excited to have Bentley Draper and Ty Campbell return to the ring for the division championship. Walking in the ring right now is your Class 7 of Market Hogs. Class 7 Market Hogs weigh in between 250 and 256 pounds. Your exhibitors in Class 7 are Malin Hales, Wyatt Hales, Madison Hatch, Max Whitaker, Shaylin Brisky, Ellie Hill, Carson Carter, Sam Rasmussen, and Ridge Weston. This is your Class 7 Market Hogs weighing 250 to 256 pounds. I want to remind everyone that if you would like to boost any of these good exhibitors out here, you can find boost sheets up by the ticket office. We also have a table set up in the arena in the northeast corner above the bucking chutes where you can pick up a boost sheet. There is also a table in the old show arena out by the animal barns. The booth sheets this year are printed by species, so find the species of the exhibitor you wish to boost and fill out the sheet. Take it to the box office to pay for your boosts. We also want to remind everyone that all of these good animals are going to be for sale on Saturday at the auction. So can I hear it from the crowd? How many of you like bacon? Yeah, me too. In fact, this morning watching the showmanship, it made me so hungry to watch all that bacon on the hoof walking around. I went and had a bacon, lettuce, tomato salad for lunch, and it was delicious. And unlike the grocery stores, we have no limits. You can buy as many hogs to put in your freezer on Saturday as you would like. We won't limit you. So if you need some good meat for the freezer, you want to support these good kids, come on out to the auction on Saturday. Buy a hog, buy a lamb, buy a steer, buy a goat, buy one of each, or buy 10 of each, because the beautiful part is no limits. So come on out, support these good showmen at the auction, and if you want to fill out a booth sheet, you can do that ahead of time by paying at the box office. So if the idea of bacon gets you as excited as it does me, make sure you support our good showmen on Saturday at the auction. In the ring right now, remember, is your Class 7 of Market Hogs. We have this class plus Class 8, and then we'll do our middleweight division runoff.
You know, I kind of have two opposites out here in 1 and 2, but I both think they're really complete hogs, and I like them both a great deal. I know they're on opposite ends of the scale, but I'm going to go ahead and use the belted gilt or the belted barrow. I just think he puts together the picture from about any angle. I think he's really, really good in terms of his skeleton and the way he's constructed together. I still think he's really massive about his muscle and how he distributes that on his top and all the way through his hand. I do wish I could just lengthen up his hip ever so slightly and make him a little more functional as you study his hind skeleton, but still just a very complete, very functional hog that's going to go ahead and take first. Now the gilt in second, she's definitely intriguing. I think this is just an ultra powerful, ultra expressive, just a shapely type of barrow who's just incredible in terms of muscle. I love her forearm. I love how dimensional she is as you get up high, and I love how expressive she is as you study her from behind and you look all the way through the seam of her ham. I just wish she was a little looser spine. I wish she'd take out and reach with a little bit more flex, just a little bit looser there in her spine. Just make her float in the ring instead of being as choppy as she wants to be. But go ahead and congratulate both of these guys and their barrows for a really, really good class of middleweights. The young lady's gilt is another interesting hog. I think she's really, really good in terms of width and dimension. I just wish she had more shape to her. I wish I could see a little bit more of an aggressive line as you study her top line groove. I wish she turned down into a more expressive ham, but just a really wide, complete gilt who's really, really good in just terms of mass and power. Congratulations to you. The young man's barrow that he drives out here isn't a really wide barrow. I think he's really wide of the ground. I think he's genuine when you study his rib shape and his skeleton. I just don't think he's near as expressive. I'd like to see him a little more aggressive, and you study him up high. I'd like to lengthen his hip up and give him a little more flex there from behind, but congratulations to you. Moving into fifth place, the other young man's barrow is another really wide barrow. I really appreciate just the span and how much mass I read as I study him up high, but it's down low that I really wish I could fix him. He's got too much of a permanent set to his hawk. He gets too quick in his pattern. He's going to go ahead and stay there. Moving to some 6 and 7 hogs, I think these are some really, really shapely and powerful hogs. I just don't think they have near the skeletal design. They're not good in terms of their makeup. I just wish I could change them there. Really wish I could lengthen his spine up and just make him float. And as for you, young man, I just wish you had more shape up high, okay? More shape up high, more dimension down low, and he's going to be a lot better, okay? But congratulations to you both. And as we round out the class, I think these are some intriguing barrows and gilts that have a lot of good, definitely. They're long spine, they're still functional. I definitely call them pliable. If they can get out here and run, I definitely wouldn't put it past them. But I think the young lady's gilt just needs to be a tad more muscular, and the other young lady's barrow, he just needs to be a little more genuine at the ground. He gets too flat in terms of his rib shape. But congratulations on another really good class of middleweights.
Returning to our ring for the division runoff out of Class 7 will be in first place, Max Whitaker. In second, Ridge Weston. Third, Malin Hales. Fourth, Carson Carter. Fifth, Sam Rasmussen. Sixth, Madison Hatch. Seventh, Wyatt Hales. Eighth, Ellie Hill, and ninth, Shaylin Brisky. That was your Class 7 of Market Hogs. Walking in the ring next, we have our Class 8 of Market Hogs. Class 8 is our final class of our middleweight division. Hogs in Class 8 run from 258 to 261 pounds. Exhibitors in this class are Parley Parker, Sawyer Marriott, Ian Brisky, Ashton Gold, Carson Jakes, Kaysen Munford, Race Martini, Paige Clem, Tess Martin, and Cooper Bell. This is your Class 8 of market hogs running 258 to 261 pounds. We want to take a minute and thank our sponsors. We've had a lot of good sponsors help us out this week at the Weber County Unfair. Things are just a little bit different this year, but it still takes a lot of help to run a show like this. And so we sure appreciate these good businesses for helping us out and supporting our kids and all they do. We want to thank BCP Equipment, Best Western High Country Inn, Big O Tires, Boot Barn, Champion Maker Show Supply, Comfort Suites, Imagination Company, Pepsi, Riverprint, Rock Hard Excavating, Tractor Supply Company, and Wasatch Distribution. Thank you so much for supporting the show and supporting our young showmen as they go through the Junior Livestock Program. We appreciate all the support. In the ring right now is your Class 8 of market hogs. Following Class 8, we will have our Division 2 runoff.
You know, I think the young man's barrow is just the best in the class, hands down. I think he works the most muscle shape from the backside of his blade. I think he's the most expressive. I think he's the most shapely. And I think he's the most genuine at the ground, and that's what really sold the deal for me. Just studying him at the ground, I think he's so genuine in terms of his chest floor. I think he tracks so genuine from behind. I just think he's the best in the class, so I'm going to go ahead and start him. Now, certainly, I think the young man's white barrow who comes in the second, I definitely think he has his advantages. I think this is a really tall bladed barrow who works a lot of top side shape and dimension. I really, really love how level he is out of his hip and how expressive he is from behind. I do wish I could elevate and just clean up his entire front end, especially looking up down there through his throat, and that's enough for me to go ahead and keep him in a close second. But understand that it was a close top pair, and go ahead and put your exhibitors together for those two gentlemen. You're good to leave, buddy. The young lady's barrow who gave me a little bit of challenges because she wanted to fight the whip quite a bit is just a really, really powerful barrow who offers a lot of muscle shape and a lot of dimension. I just wish I could see a little bit more of aggressive turns when you study your lines. I wish she worked a deeper top line groove. I wish she was a little bit more genuine there in her forward, making it more obvious how powerful she is in her top because she's wide. I just wish I could see a little bit more shape, a little bit more dimension up high and from behind. I just wish she was bigger hand, and that's all there is to it, but still a really solid, heavy muscle barrow to go ahead and take third. Moving into fourth, I think this belted barrow offers a lot of good. I think he fixes what 3 does wrong because I do think he offers a lot more shape down his top. He offers a lot more dimension. I just don't think his skeleton's quite there. I'd like to lengthen his hip up, make him more flexible there from behind as he's going away from me, and I just like to elevate his whole front end, okay? But congratulations to you. You did a good job raising the skill. Moving into 5, this is a blue barrow who poses me with a little bit of challenge because I absolutely love the shape of his rib. I think he's really, really good in terms of his hip or in terms of his top, but it's his hip that I have a problem with. He really wants to stoop down to his pins. He wants to get too permanent there in the set to his hawk and to his pastern. I just think he gets a little too straight off of both ends when he's on the drive, so he's going to go ahead and stay down in 5th. Moving into the next couple of barrows and gilts, I think they have a lot of good to them. The barrow comes out next. Definitely is a really heavy muscled barrow, or heavy muscled gilt. Love the size of her forearm. Love this top side shape and dimension she offers. Just entirely too straight. Needs to completely loosen up her spine, make her a little bit more functional and pliable. Okay. Same story goes for the young lady's gilt. Just needs a little bit more dimension, a little bit more rib shape. Needs to track truer at the ground. Wants to get a little pin footed on me. And as we continue down the line, I think it's just at the ground that these pigs go ahead and come to a fault. You know, you get low and they're too closed up in their chest. They don't step down on a big enough circumference of bone. They get a little plain-sided, and I don't really care for that. I just like to give them with some more shape and some more muscle up high, but certainly some level-backed functional pigs that still have a lot of good to them. Go ahead and put your hands together for these guys.
This was your Class 8 of Market Hogs leaving the ring right now. Coming back for the division runoff will be in first place, Kaysen Munford, and second place, Parley Parker. As the rest of the class leaves the ring, your results from this class were third place, Ashton Gold, fourth, Paige Clem, fifth, Race Martini, sixth, Carson Jakes, seventh, Tess Martin, 8th, Sawyer Marriott, and 9th, Cooper Bell, 10th, Ian Brisky. That was your Class 8 of Market Hogs. We're getting ready for our division runoff now. We'll be bringing those good hogs in just a minute so that we can do our Division 2 championships. As we get going on this Division II runoff, bringing into the ring out of Class 5. Our exhibitors out of Class 5, first place, Eliza Taylor, and second place, Hannah Judkins. Coming in out of Class 6, in first place, Bentley Draper, and in second place, Ty Campbell. Out of Class 7, in first place, we have Max Whitaker, and in second, Ridge Weston. And coming in out of Class 8, in first place, we have Kaysen Munford, and in second place, Parley Parker. This is your Division II championship. Winners of this class will come back for our Grand Champion Drive at the end of the show. We want to thank our sponsors, Wasatch Distribution, Tractor Supply Company, and Rockhard Excavating.
I really think all of these exhibitors that have competed so far really deserve a round of applause. So go ahead and put your hands together for me for them. I know I'm really happy with how my lineup is coming together, and I think I've already made up my mind, but I'm going to go ahead and give you a recap of the middleweights. Coming out of the first class, I have a Barrow here who's phenomenal in terms of structure and design, who puts the pieces together, but get on top of him and he doesn't sacrifice a lick of muscle. A really complete and solid Barrow that comes out of Class 1. You move into Class 2, and it's the young man's Barrow, I believe, and I think this is another really good skeletally designed Barrow. I think he's really good in the angle of his blade. I love the mass and dimension he reads with up high. Love how powerful he tracks from behind. Really another good individual as you go out there. Moving into Class 3, we have the young lady's Barrow over here, and this one's just a truck. Definitely the meat and potatoes kind of Barrow you'd see at a county fair. Huge and massive tops. Wish he had a little bit more shape up high, but just huge and so powerful up high. Love the shape of his hand and everything in between. So very good individual there as well. And then coming out of the final class, you have the predominantly black Barrow who just has the white stripe up his leg here, and that's another really massive Barrow who stands tall at the point of his blade. I think he progressively gets wider as you go back, and I really appreciate that. Love the shape of his hand, love the dimension you read with underneath. Just all around a really good lineup of hogs. I'm super excited to see as the day progresses what else we get. I'm gonna go ahead and select your champion. I think there's a pair here for me that I'm not gonna split up, so I'm gonna go ahead and do Grand and Reserve, and then I'll go down 3 through 8. So go ahead and put your hands together for me for them one more time.
your Division II champion, Eliza Taylor. Your Division II Reserve Champion, Max Whitaker. We will see Eliza and Max back in a little while for the Grand Champion Drive. In third place, Hannah Judkins. Fourth, Kaysen Munford. Fifth, Harley Parker. In sixth, Ty Campbell. Seventh, Ridge Weston. And eighth, Bentley Draper. That was our Division II championships. We're getting ready to move into Division III, our second middleweight division of the day. One more round of applause for our division champion, Eliza Taylor, and our division reserve champion, Max Whitaker. Congratulations to them. They will be joining us again for the Grand Drive after the 4th Division runoff. As we get ready to bring in our next group of hogs, we want to thank a few more of our sponsors. Thank you so much to Riverprint, Pepsi, and Imagination Company. We appreciate your support of our good showmen. Remember, if you want to boost any of these fine showmen, you can go find boost sheets up by the ticket office or here in the arena in the northeast corner above the bucking chutes. They will also be in the traditional show arena out by the animals. All of our boost sheets this year are by species, so choose the species that the child or children that you wish to boost are in and write your boosts in. Take those boost sheets along with your payment to the box office. And don't forget, on Saturday, all these good animals are going to be on sale. So we'll have an auction here. Come support the kids. Come fill your freezer. Sell it back to the floor buyer. You have a lot of choices. You can donate the animal. All of those are options for you if you come support the auction on Saturday. And remember, best of all, no limits. If you want to put 10 hogs in your freezer, we will not stop you from that. So come on out, support these good kids, and buy some animals at the auction. Walking in the ring right now is our Class 9 of Market Hogs. Class 9 of Market Hogs runs 262 to 264 pounds. This is our first class in Division 3. Coming in the ring right now, we have Daxton Dolan, Ella Chug, Annie Gibson, Ellie Olson, Emma Whitaker, Jaden Kellos, Emma Conklin Coons, Chesney Gold, and Clara McCormick. This is your Class 9 of Market Hogs in the ring right now, weighing 262 to 264 pounds.
I think this young lady does a really, really good job about controlling her barrow, and I think the barrow puts together the picture in terms of a package. I really love his skeleton. I love how wide and genuine he is at the ground. I love how much muscle he reads with up high, and I love how expressive he is from behind. Just a really complete, really good barrow to go ahead and win your class. I know the young lady over there in second is struggling, so let's put your hands together for both of them real quick. She's definitely a trooper. I saw her get taken out, and she just bounced right up and is still showing, so good for you. Congratulations on that. I think your barrow is tremendous in terms of muscle and dimension. Definitely a powerhouse. I love how soft-centered he is. I love how powerful and dimensional he is when you get through his hip all the way through his ham. He just wants to get a little coarse, a little bold up front for me, like to flatten his shoulder up, maybe make him just a bit smoother up front, and he can definitely have a class winner. But congratulations to you both. I'll see you in the drive. As the young lady drives her gilt here in third, I think this is a gilt you can appreciate in terms of power and of dimension. I really love how much forearm she works. She's still really expressive over her top, and I love the shape to her ham. A lot of muscle and dimension back there. Unfortunately, I think she wants to get a little tight in her spine. She gets pinched there in her hip loin, and I wish she'd step down on a bigger circumference of bone, but still a really heavy muscled individual to go ahead and take third. Bring out the young man's barrow who sits in fourth a gilt. I think she's definitely an athletic one, no problem in terms of her structure, in terms of her skeleton, so I think that's definitely an advantage. I'd like to see her a little bit more genuine up high there in her forerib, and that would allow her to read a little bit more powerful up high, and that's what's going to separate him and keep him down into fourth. Moving into the two young ladies' hogs in 5 and 6, I think these are some similar hogs, just a little short and compact made. I wish I could just extend their front end, even extend their hip a little bit, just give them a couple extra vertebrae and let them really reach out there. Definitely some heavy muscle barrows and gilt who offer a lot of muscle up high. I just wish I could extend them and make them a little bit more complete, a little prettier from the side to compete any higher. And as we continue on down the class, I think some gilts and barrows who offer a lot of length and extension, really long spine, loose and level, and I can appreciate that, certainly. I just think they get a little two-dimensional when you get on top of them. They get too flat and narrow in terms of their ribs. I'd like to see them more pulled apart up high, just read with a little bit more muscle and dimension, but congratulations to you all. Let's put your hands together for a great class of heavy middleweights.
That was your Class 9 of Market Hogs. Winning that class was Annie Gibson. Second place and also returning for your Grand Champion Drive, Emma Whitaker. In third place, Ella Chug. Fourth, Daxton Dolan. In fifth, Clara McCormick. Sixth, Chesney Gold. Seventh, Ellie Olson. Eighth, Jaden Kellos. Ninth, Emma Conklin Coons. That was your Class 9 of Market Hogs. We're now getting ready to move into Class 10 of Market Hogs as they come in the ring. In the ring right now from Class 10, we have Holly Bitten, Ada Delabout, Aiden Rodarte, Cooper Carter, Taylor Chug, Brinley Taylor, Michaela Nielsen, Abby Munford, and Zoe Hawk. This is your Class 10 of Market Hogs in our second middleweight division today, Division 3. These hogs weigh in between 265 and 268 pounds. We want to thank a couple more sponsors. Thank you so much to Comfort Suites, Champion Maker Show Supply, and Boot Barn for helping us keep the show running this year.
a really, really deep class of Market Hogs all the way top to bottom. I think one of the deepest classes we've had all day. So congratulations to all the exhibitors. Very, very good class. Excited about all of them, really. I like the young lady's gilt, the belted gilt, to go ahead and win. And there was never a doubt in my mind that there is a... Oh no, excuse us. And like I was saying, it's just the belted gilt. There was never a doubt in my mind that I questioned her ability to get out here and move and to drive. I love how soft-footed she is. I love how much muscle she has over the top side of her skeleton. She's pliable, she's functional. Very, very good individual. Super excited to see you back in the drive. I think the difference between 1 and 2 is it's not muscle, because I think this is an incredibly heavy muscle barrel. I love how much top side shape and dimension she has. I love how expressive he is throughout his ham. I just think he gets a little short-fronted. I'd like to extend his neck up a little bit more. He gets a little flat and a little straight there in his blade or in his shoulder. I just like to make him flex and move a little bit easier, make him a little more pliable off either end of his skeleton to go ahead and win. But congratulations to both of you. I'll see you in the drive. The young lady's calico barrow that I put in third is the definition of mass and power and dimension from his knee up. I absolutely love how deep and dimensional his top line groove is. He's so aggressive about the way he puts himself together. I still think he's super powerful and super dimensional there throughout his ham and through his lower twist. I just think that it's from his knee down. I wish he would step on a bigger circumference of bone. I wish he was a little softer footed. I wish I could just extend him, give him an extra vertebrae or two up front so he could really just get out there and stride. And I think that's the difference, but still a very, very heavy muscled individual who has a lot of shape and dimension. I think the 3 that come in next in 4, 5, and 6 all have their flaws. I'm going to go ahead and talk about them together. The young man's barrow is incredibly freshly presented. I really, really appreciate that. Long, loose, level spined. I still think he offers a lot of dimension up high. I just think he gets a little flat in his forehead. It makes him come across as plain from the side. So I went ahead and sorted him down. The young man's gilt here, the predominantly white one, I think she's super cool from her shoulder back. She opens up into such a huge and fresh loin. I love the shape of her ham. I love how functional and pliable she is out of her skeleton. I just think she gets out hoarse. She gets a little flat and plain in her forehead. I just wish she was a little more powerful and you study her up high. And the young lady's barrow who went ahead and left, I think the same story goes for her. I just wish she was just a little bit more expressive and a little bit more pulled apart there, a part of her blades. Give her a bigger top, and that's going to sort the difference between them and the ones that went ahead and placed ahead of her. And then as we round up the class with the rest of them, I think these are some barrows who still offer some shape and dimension up high. I think there's still some muscle, and they're still really big backed and wide topped. Maybe it's just some skeletal issues, like to lengthen up this lady's gilt hip. I just like to make her a little bit more picture perfect from the side. Just put the pieces together a little bit better. Same story goes for both of these barrows. Just like to lengthen them up, put the pictures aside, just come together in terms of balance, because I don't question their muscle. It's just their skeletal design that I have a bit of a problem with. But congratulations on a super deep class of Market Hogs. I'm excited for the next one. Thank you.
That was our Class 10 of Market Hogs exiting the ring, winning that class, and coming back for the division championship drive will be Brinley Taylor in first place and Holly Bitten in second. Rounding out that class in third, Michaela Nielsen. Fourth, Aiden Rodarte. Fifth, Cooper Carter. Sixth, Ada Delabout. Seventh, Abby Munford. Eighth, Taylor Chugg. And ninth, Zoe Hawk. That was your Class 10 of Market Hogs that just exited the ring. Coming in the ring right now, we have our Class 11 Market Hogs. Our Class 11 Market Hogs range in weight from 269 to 270 pounds. We have 2 more classes in this middleweight division, and then we'll have our Division 3 runoff. In the ring right now, exhibitors for this class, Class 11, are Coyce Munford, Kylie Burgett, Asher Noble, Jack Davis, Kaylee Fox, Jamie Elliott, Lily Olson, and Chancey Pregler. This is your Class 11 Market Hogs, 269 to 270 pounds. We want to thank some of our sponsors. We couldn't do this without them. BCP Equipment, Best Western High Country Inn, and Big O Tires. Thank you so much to our sponsors. We also want to thank our on-call veterinary staff this week, Borat Animal Hospital.
I really can't get too critical of the young lady's gill here. This is a gill who's still really good in terms of her blade. I love how much topside dimension and power she has. Definitely a lot of dimension and shape as you study her from behind. I do think she gets a little bit straight up front. I'd really like to just extend the length of her blade and make her just a little more functional as you study the front 1/3 of her skeleton. But other than that, just a really, really good complete gill. Super excited to have her back in the drive. Now, the young lady's barrow is completely opposite. I think he's more of a short and compact barrow who just offers a tremendous amount of muscle and volume. I think he's really wide top, big back. I still think he's really dimensional in the shape of his ham. Do you think he's pushing a little bit of extra cover, especially when you study her 2/3 back, but still just a really heavy muscled barrow who's gonna do good as we go down the road, still gonna grade and cut with just enough. I think as we move on down to 3 and 4, I think these young gentlemen's barrows are very unique in a certain type and kind. I think that they still offer a lot of muscle and a lot of power. I wish the young gentleman's calico barrow offered a little bit more dimension as you studied her up high. I wish you could see just a little bit of a deeper top line groove as she travels away, but definitely a super functional individual. I love the set of her blade. I love how functional and pliable she is there out of her hock and her pastern. So congratulations to him. Then the young man's black barrow is a little deceiving because of his color. At first I thought he was a little bit flat, a little bit plain, but that's not the case at all. I think he offers a lot of width over his top. He's still really dimensional as you study him from behind. Does want to get a little plain-sided and a little flat-ribbed. Just like to blow him up in his lower skeleton as you study him in his back 1/3, but still heavy muscled hog. This is going to do well when you take him to the rail. Moving on down the class to 5 and 6, I think these are some barrows who offer a lot of good. They're really good in terms of their skeleton, in terms of being long and extended up high. I still think their spine is loose and level, and I really appreciate the fact that they can still get out here and move. I just think they get out power. They get a little plain to their side. They get a little flat ribbed, and I just wish they were more genuine when I read them low and they drive right at me. They want to come in at their knee. They want to narrow to the ground, and I just wish they were more genuine as I studied them down low. And then as we round out the class, I think these are some barrows who still have some good, like I said, some length and extension, some loose spine barrows who are really good in terms of up high. But it is when I get down low, the fact that they're just so closed up in their lower skeleton, they just need to be pulled apart there at the base of their skeleton, at the base of their chest floor to compete any higher and to put any muscle as we work our way up the animal. But congratulations to you, and put your hands together for a great class of heavy middleweights.
Coming out of the ring in your Class 11 Market Hogs, winning that class, Jamie Elliott. In second place, Chancey Pregler. And those two will be coming back for our division runoff. In third place, Coyce Munford. Fourth place, Jack Davis. Fifth, Kylie Burgett. Sixth, Kaylee Fox. Seventh, Lily Olson. Eighth, Asher Noble. That was your Class 11 Market Hogs. Walking in the ring right now is our Class 12 of Market Hogs. This is our final class in our middleweight division today. Class 12 hogs run from 271 to 275 pounds. Exhibitors in Class 12 today are Cambry Leff, Hayden Mork, Claire Wainsgard, Reagan Skinner, Heston Skinner, Lex McCormick, Hadley Hales, and Stockton Marriott. This is your Class 12 of Market Hogs, our final class in Division 3. Following this, we will have our Division 3 runoff. From what I'm hearing out from the chutes, it's getting pretty hot out there. So can we get a round of applause for all the help in the back? You got to make it loud so they can hear you. These guys are sticking with us. This has been a long, hot day of sorting hogs. We've been here since early this morning and we've still got quite a ways to go. So we sure appreciate all the folks out in the holding pens, in the wash racks, out lining up in the barns, and all the way along that long alley getting people here. We sure appreciate their help. Everybody has been working hard and we appreciate the experience they're giving to our showmen. So thank you to all of them.
You know, I think this young man does a phenomenal job at driving this gilt out here just to a T. I really, really appreciate this gilt in terms of her skeletal design. I love her makeup, I love her functionality, and I love how she does all those things without sacrificing a lick of muscle. She's so huge top, she's so pulled apart at her blade, she just lays so much mass and dimension all the way out of her top and all the way in through the seam of her ham. Very, very good individual. Excited to see you back in the drive. Congratulations, young man. You're working hard, and I'm really proud of you for that. Congratulations. I think your barrow is a unique one because up front, I'm not too sold on her, or I'm not too sold on him. He wants to get a little closed up, a little flat there in her blade and in her shoulder. But once you work past that, I start to recognize all of the good. I really like the shape of his rib. I think that allows him to read with a lot of muscle and a lot of mass out the backside of his shoulder. Still think he's plenty dimensional in his ham, and I love the fact that he can just get out and drive. So he's super functional. Just wish I could change him up front, elevated his whole front end, pick up his whole front 1/3, but congratulations to you as well. We'll see you in the drive. I think the young man's barrow is really, really intriguing and from the side because it's so huge formed, offers a lot of width and a lot of power up high. Really, really expressive there throughout his ham and throughout his hip. I just think he's a little short and compact. He wants to get too short in his neck, too short in his throat. I'd really like to extend his hip out and just make him push and ply with so much more flexibility there as I work into my third, into his lower construction. Now, I think the young lady's gilt is really, really good in terms of muscle, in terms of width, in terms of dimension. I just don't like her skeleton and the way that this barrow's put together. He wants to get too tall and too heavy there in his hip. She wants to slope downwards there and through her front 1/3, just like to pick up and elevate her front end and completely lower her back end. Just she wedges completely backwards for me, but still a really heavy muscled individual. Congratulations to you. And as we work on down the class, I think these are some barrows who still offer a lot of muscle, a lot of power. I just wish that they were a little bit more pliable, a little bit more functional. I really appreciate a barrow or a gilt who will just get out here and float, get out here and drive without it looking like it hurts him. I just think this barrow gets incredibly too straight there out of his front end. I'd like to relax the angle in his blade. I'd really like to just let him make him sit down and push with so much more flexibility and pliability as you study his hind construction. And moving on down the line, I'm kind of going to group these barrows together and talk about them all as one. Just some barrows that I think they get a little bit stale, they get a little bit mature when you study their chine. They want to run uphill just a little bit too much for my personal liking. I'd really like to just open up and make the ribs entirely more genuine, but still some flexible and pliable hogs that can easily cover some ground. Just need a little bit more pounds of weight, need a little bit more muscle to go ahead and compete any higher. Put your hands together and let's welcome in the next drive.
That was your Class 12 of Market Hogs. Winning that class and returning for the Division III runoff, Stockton Marriott. And in second place, Heston Skinner. Rounding out that class in third place, Lex McCormick. Fourth, Hadley Hales. In fifth, Reagan Skinner. Sixth, Claire Wainsgard. Seventh, Cambry Leff. Eighth, Hayden Mork. That was your Class 12 of Market Hogs. We're getting ready to bring in our Division III runoff. I need a little bit of a favor from two of the ladies in the ring, though, because I just got a text from the office that we got to do a little something. So Shelly and Terry, can you help me out for just a minute? I need you to model the shirts you're wearing for the audience. Gosh, I didn't think Terry'd be quite that into it, but Terry, I appreciate it. I'm supposed to let you know that these fine shirts are for sale in the box office. They are $12. So if you need, and these aren't just any shirts, these are limited edition, commemorative, unfair shirts. We're gonna hope and pray that we only have an unfair once in a lifetime, ever. So hopefully this is your one and only chance to get Weber County unfair t-shirts up at the box office. And I lied to you. The design is the same, but the ones for sale are green. But that was the closest I could come up with to somebody modeling them because I didn't see anyone else wearing these fine looking shirts. So if you need a commemorative edition shirt, please go up to the box office and they can help you out. And while you're there, you could put in a boost on any of these fine showman's animals. So if you want to help support them, but maybe you don't want to go ahead and buy one at the auction, you can still put in a boost. So go on up, you can pay for your boost at the box office. It's a great way to support these kids. Coming in the ring right now is our championship drive for Division 3. This is our second group of middleweight hogs coming in the ring right now. We have coming in out of Class 9, Annie Gibson in first place and Emma Whitaker in second. Coming in out of Class 10, Brinley Taylor in first place and Holly Bitton in second. Coming in out of Class 11, Jamie Elliott in first place and Chancey Pregler in second. And coming in out of Class 12, in first place, Stockton Marriott, and in second, Heston Skinner. Please welcome these individuals to the ring. They've made it into their championship runoff. This is our second middleweight division. After this, we'll move into our heavyweight hogs. So one more time, that division runoff, we have Annie Gibson, Emma Whitaker, Brinley Taylor, Holly Bitton, Jamie Elliott, Chancey Pregler, and Stockton Marriott. And Heston Skinner. I said the and too soon. You know it's starting to be a long day when I'm trying to lick my finger through a mask to turn the pages and I can't get the numbers quite right. So be prepared for a few more mistakes in the next couple of hours.
What an exciting drive to get the opportunity to come out here and evaluate this quality of livestock, especially in the hog industry. Let's give a round of applause for everyone who competed and is in the show ring right now. This whole entire heat this division completely excites me. I just think the quality of hogs that are exhibited out here in the ring are incredible, and I'm so blessed to be a part of it. I'm gonna go ahead and talk about the hogs real quick while I sort some stuff out in my mind. The young lady's bear right here, the one in the blue mask, or her gilt. Just talk about skeleton picture perfect. I love the placement and the blade and the placement and the angle of her blade. I love how pulled apart she is up high. I love how much mass and power she reads with, and I love how square and genuine she pushes off all four. I think the young lady who's standing next to her here in the FFA jacket, this is a barrow who's just so unique in terms of his makeup. I really appreciate how soft-footed he is, how soft he turns into his center body. I think he transitions from his front third to his middle third to his rear third so smoothly. Just a complete hog who doesn't really do anything wrong. If I could change him, I'd just like to smoothen up his shoulder ever so slightly. He wants to get a little bold out there, but just a massive hog who just puts the picture together from the side and from about any angles. I think that's a really good individual, a very good barrow to you. The young lady's calico barrow up here. Definitely an interesting individual. Talk about skeleton and makeup. I think this barrow is really, really good. He's tall bladed. He reads with a ton of mass and dimension out the backside of his blade. He's fresh. He's athletic. He's pliable. If I could change him, he wants to get a little straight as I study him up front. Once I just like to lay the angle of his shoulder into the plane of his skeleton just ever so slightly. Give him a little more reach. Give him a little more flex as I study him up front. But still an incredibly heavy muscle barrow who just offers so much width and dimension. And last but not least, the young man's predominantly black barrel. I think this barrel is stellar. I think he's exotic. I think he's unique. I think he's just incredible. I love the lay and angle of his blade. I love how tall bladed he is. I think he's just incredible in terms of how much mass and power he reads with up high. I think he's phenomenal in how fresh he is over his hip loin, and he just offers the most shape and the most dimension. And this young man's gonna be your champion intermediate, or the champion heavyweight. I'll go ahead and select down the line as I continue to evaluate these market hogs, but go ahead and give everyone one more round of applause.
Your Division III class champion, Stockton Marriott. Your reserve champion, Division III, Jamie Elliott. Third place overall in Division III, Annie Gibson. In fourth place, Brinley Taylor. Fifth place, Emma Whitaker. And I do believe I missed a handshake in there because the young lady's hair is covering her back number. We're just going to confirm some results before we announce it wrong. Give us just a second. All right, so let's go through those one more time, just so we make sure we have it right. Your Division III champion, one more time, was Stockton Marriott. Your reserve champion was Jamie Elliott. Third overall, Annie Gibson. Fourth, Brinley Taylor. Fifth, Emma Whitaker. Sixth, Holly Bitton. 7th, Heston Skinner, and 8th, Chancey Pregler. That was your Division III championships. Just coming in the ring in just a minute, we'll get started with our heavyweight division today. We're getting ready to head into our 4th and final division for the evening. We are gearing up for Class 13. We go through Class 16, then we have our Division 4 runoffs, and then our Grand Champion Drive. Following the championship drive, we also have the announcement of our carcass class placings, so we have lots more coming up as we finish off our hog show this evening. We want to thank some of our sponsors. We appreciate them for everything they do. We want to thank Boot Barn, Champion Maker Show Supply, Comfort Suites, Imagination Company, Pepsi, Riverprint, Rock Hard Excavating, Tractor Supply Company, Wasatch Distribution, BCP Equipment, Best Western, High Country Inn, and Big O Tires. Thank you so much to all of our sponsors for making it so that we can keep this running. As a quick reminder, if you're sitting here in the stands and you're with us in person, we invite you to visit the concession stand in the northwest corner of the Golden Spike. I've seen a few of their nachos floating around here. They'd probably be better if they had bacon on them. And speaking of bacon, how can you get your bacon? We have an auction Saturday. All this good bacon you've seen running around. And I know I focus on bacon. The sausage is good too. The pork chops are great. That's all good, but really it comes down to the bacon. So if you want to get some of this good bacon in your freezer, come on out to the auction. Support our kids. We have lots of good pigs going on sale, and we'd love to help you out. No limits. Buy one, buy 100. We'll let you buy them all. But come out, support the kids. If you can't buy an animal, feel free to boost an animal. We have booster sheets in the arena at the northeast corner above the bucking chutes. There's a table with booster sheets. There are also booster sheets by the ticket office and in the old show arena where we usually are. So you feel free, grab a booster sheet, fill it out, help a kid out, take it to the box office, and while you're there, you can pick up an unfair t-shirt. Support the fair and help us keep things going. We sure appreciate all of your support. Hunter and Harley, if this takes much longer, you're going to be the interim entertainment. You are going to be the halftime show if we're not careful. And seeing as I know you two pretty well, I know it could get interesting. Keep it G. Hey, Bailey. I'm just wondering, do you know why the farmer always called his pig Ink? Why did the farmer call his pig Ink? It was always running out of the pen. Oh, I hope you guys are as excited to see these pigs as I am. Class 13, let's give them a welcome to the ring. We're sure happy to have them here. In Class 13, this is our first class of heavyweight hogs weighing in between 276 and 278 pounds. In this class, exhibitors are Canyon Chug, Riley Kiesel, Miles Hislop, Presley Brower, Gavin Douglas, Wyatt Bailey, Paige Wilder, Bryn Leff, Miley Talbot, and Canyon Bennett. This is your class 13 of market hogs, weight 276 to 278 pounds.
I know we had to wait a few minutes, but it's pretty exciting to still see some high quality pigs come out of the gate. So go ahead and put your hands together for all the exhibitors here in the heavyweight drive. I like the young lady's blue barrel to win. Just talk about one who's so incredible in terms of being square made. He's correct in the angle of his knee. His shoulder is still laid into the plane of his body. He's so square and dimensional over his top. And my favorite part about him is that he just tracks so square as you go away. That hawk it just flexes. It never moves. It never swivels. And I really, really appreciate just a square made muscular barrel. So I'm going to go ahead and start him. But certainly understand that I can appreciate just the freshness and the athleticism of the young man's black gilt. I think this is a gilt who's really unique in terms of how much muscle she does have over the top side of her skeleton. I just wish I could lengthen up her hip and fix her hind too, just to get her any higher. She wants to have too much of a permanent set to that hawk, and she just wants to jab it into the ground, fix that, and I think you've got a great one. But congratulations to you both. I'll see you in the drive. Continuing on down the line, I think this spotted gilt is one who's really good in terms of just shape and dimension. She works a deep top line groove. I think this is a gilt who's really powerful and expressive there throughout her ham. I just don't think she has quite the rib shape and quite the dimension as the two ahead of her. I think she just gets outpowered, okay? The gilt in second is one who's just really, really fresh. And from his knee and from his hawk up, I think this is a barrow who I can really appreciate in terms of mass and dimension. He's really big back. He's really pulled apart at his shoulder blades, and I appreciate that. But get low, and he really wants to come in at the angle of his knee. He just wants to be too unsecure off of his hind two. You can see how he's put together. I just wish I could construct him a little bit differently, lift up his hip, make him a little more functional on the move, but still a really good individual to go ahead and take fourth. Or third, excuse me. I think this young lady's barrow is super powerful and super shapely, super wide top, super big hammed. I just don't think that from the side just gets too plain, wants to fall short in the rib shape. I'd like to give him a little more bold and genuine shape to his rib cage, make him a little more round so that way he can lay even more mass up high, but still a really powerful big hammed barrow to go ahead and stand in fourth. The young man's blue barrow who wants to come out in fifth. This is a barrow who I can be intrigued by. Talk about just a soft-footed barrow. Takes a really good soft transition in there into his center body. Really level-hipped, really level-topped and loose spine. Love the angle of his blade. Think he's a functional barrow. I just think he gets outmassed. He gets too plain in his side. Just like to give him some more rib shape. Just give him some more dimension as we study him up high, okay? Then we have the black-headed gilt who is interesting because I think her color kind of draws away from how wide at the ground she really is. I just don't think her front matches her back, and the middle's just kind of thrown in there. I'd like to elevate her front end. I'd like to lengthen her upper hip, make her a little more pliable, a little more structurally correct as you see her go away, but still a gilt that has a lot of good in terms of top-side shape. I still think she's pulled apart in her blade, and that allows her to read with some muscle. And then as we continue with the young ladies' gilts, and as we continue on down the line, I think these are some gilts who are functional, who are going to get out and cover the ring. I don't question their structure. I like the fact that they're long spine. They've got some length and extension up front. I just don't think they have the rib shape. They don't have the base width, and they don't have the power up high that they need to go ahead and continue up any higher in the class. But once again, put your hands together for a really good class of heavyweights. I'm excited to see where else everyone takes us.
Class 13 of Market Hogs winning this class and coming back for the championship drive will be Riley Kiesel in first place and Gavin Douglas in second. Rounding out our class in third place, Miles Hislop. In fourth, Canyon Bennett. In fifth, Miley Talbot. Sixth, Wyatt Bailey. Seventh, Canyon Chug. Eighth, Bryn Leff. Ninth, Paige Wilder, and 10th, Presley Bauer. Good job to Class 13 Market Hogs. Moving into our next class of heavyweight hogs today, we have Class 14 coming in the ring. Class 14 weighs in from 279 pounds to 286 pounds. Exhibitors in Class 14 are Tessa Walker, Carson Earl, Wyatt LaRue, Jesse Meyerhofer, Oakley Klontz, Riley Bennett, Kayla Loveland, Jordan Chugg, and Carden Clem. This is your Class 14 of Market Hogs walking in the ring right now, 279 to 286 pounds.
You get to the top 3 and I really had to ask myself, what are my priorities and what am I going to side with today? And I'm going to go ahead and be okay with a little extra cover in 1 and 2 because I think their design and their skeletal build and their makeup is just so good. I don't think I can pass it up. I really, really like the young lady's belted barrow here. I think he's really, really good, and the angle of his blade and how tall he is. I think he's still set down really good in his chine. I love the amount of mass and width he reads up high. I still think he's super expressive as I study him down low. But if you look, I just think the lay-in angle of his hip-loin junction is really, really good. It allows him to still reach out and flex with a lot of comfort and ease as he's driven around the ring. So I'm going to go ahead, and I like him to win. Now, I know the young lady's black barrow has given her some difficulties throughout the day, and the color is a little bit deceiving, but trust me, once you get on top of her, I don't think I've seen a pig with as much rib shape and as much genuine rib cage shape as I have today. I think this barrow is phenomenal in terms I think he's phenomenal in terms of the width and the mass. He reads out the backside of his blade. I think he's super dead level all the way to his hip. I love his flexibility. I love how athletic he is when she actually does get him on the drive. I think he plants and pushes really, really square from the ground up. Just a really good barrow who I wish I could just extend his front end just a little bit more. I wish he was a little bit more shapely when I studied him up high, but I don't question his muscle because I know he's plenty wide, plenty dimensional. Congratulations to both of you. I'll see you in the drive, okay? Now, certainly there's a lean barrow or a lean gilt that sits in third. I think this gilt from her hip up is unrivaled in this class. I love her front end structure. I love how she's put together in terms of her construction. Maybe a little bit big in the shoulder, but something I'm willing to live with just to gain that much muscle and power. Still think she's super dimensional there throughout her ham. It's just you take a step to the side and she wants to steep off to her hip a little bit too much. It causes her when she gets on the drive to come up under herself there in her rear skeleton. So that's why you're going to be third, okay? But still a really good gilt. Congratulations to you. I think the young lady's blue gilt who comes out next is one who's intriguing in terms of muscle. Just a little too short and compact, but definitely plenty of muscle shape and dimension. Just wants to get too short, too quick in his pattern for him to move up any higher. The young man's gilt who comes out in fifth is another one who offers a lot of shape, a lot of dimension up high, still really expressive there as you study him from behind. Just one who wants to get a little too short and compact as you study his the front of his skeleton. I wish I could extend his makeup and make him a little longer spine, just make him flex and go with a little bit more flow when he gets him there on the drive. And as we continue on down the line in the next couple of pigs, I think some pigs who look pretty enough from the profile, who still have the functionality and the pliability that I've been going after, but they just get entirely too plain. I need to see more rib shape. I need to see a little bit more shape and dimension when I study him up high and from behind as well. Same story goes for yours, young man. I think a gilt who from the side is really pretty. I think a barrow who can put together the picture from the side in terms of being tall-bladed, still being wider as she goes back, still being dimensional in terms of her ham, but she just doesn't have the rib shape or the muscle up high to compete up any higher. And both two young ladies' gilts are just ones that I structurally have some problems with. They want to get a little short and compact. They want to get too quick in terms of their pattern. They don't want to take a full reaching stride. They want to get a little short in their hip. Sure, they have plenty of muscle up high, and sure they're long and extended, but I just don't put a lot of faith in their structural integrity as they get them out here on the drive, so that's why they sit at the bottom. But put your hands together for a really deep class of heavyweights. I'm excited for the next one.
Coming out of the ring is our class 14 of Market Hogs. Winning that class and coming back for our championship drive will be Riley Bennett and Carden Clem. In third place, Tessa Walker. Fourth, Kayla Loveland. Fifth, Jordan Chug. Sixth, Wyatt LaRue. Seventh, Jesse Meyerhofer. And eighth, Carson Earl. Ninth, Oakley Klontz. That was your class 14 of Market Hogs. In the ring right now is our class 15 in our heavyweight division. Pigs in this class weigh in between 288 and 299 pounds. Exhibitors in this class are Parker Servey, Miley Dolan, Haley Weicker, Caden Robbins, Meg McCormick, Levi Marriott, Caden Hatch, Preston Kamek, and Paxton Brower. This is your Class 15 of Market Hogs in the ring right now.
to get a hog that weighs 288 to 299 or whatever they weigh and still be this fresh is pretty unique and pretty special. So congratulations on that. I do think this is a fresh sparrow who doesn't quite have the cover of some of the others in the class. So to keep him lean and to keep him fresh, congratulations and good job on that. I think your barrow is really, really good in terms of being pulled apart in his blade. I think he lays a lot of mass down his top, and I still think he's really good out of his hip. If I could change him, I'd like to level up his hip a little bit, and he wants to come, and when he drive right at me, he really wants to come in at his knee really, really bad, and I wish I could change that, but still a really high-quality individual. Congratulations to you. The young man's barrow is pushing a couple extra pounds, and that's okay. I still think this barrow is very well presented. I really appreciate just how genuine he is, all the way from his rib cage all the way up to the top of his skeleton. Really, really big back, really, really wide top, still really expressive as you study him through his hand. I do wish I could change his structure and skeleton a little bit. He wants to get a little tight there in his hip loin, causes his back legs to swivel when he walks, but still another real high quality individual. Congratulations to you both. The young lady's blue spotted barrow is another interesting one in terms of muscle. I think from the side works a really powerful forearm, really, really big stifle, really, really expressive ham. One who I wish just was a little bit fresher, and he wants to get a little stale. He's starting to come up in his chine, a little too short in his hip, but congratulations to you, still another heavy muscle barrow. I think the young man's barrel is one who's long and extended, and I really appreciate that. I like the lay and angle of his shoulder and how he can really get out and go. I do think that he's getting a little stale. He wants to already start roaching there over his loin, and he just wants to stoop off into his hip entirely too much for me to move him up any higher. Still a heavy muscled individualations. Congratulations to you as well. Get on down to 5 and 6. I think these are both barrows and gilts that have their flaws. I think they're long and extended. I still think they're functional and can get out and go. I just think they get too flat-sided. They get too plain in terms of their rib shape. They need to expand their rib shape a little bit more, so that's going to allow them to read with a lot more muscle up high. But congratulations to you both as well. And as we round out the class with some heavier weight hogs who are pushing a lot of extra cover, not necessarily the freshest, getting a little stale, really high in their chines, I still think these are some barrows that offer a lot of good in terms of functionality. They're still really long and level top. They're still really soft-sided, and I can appreciate that. But I just think they're pushing too many pounds, starting to get a little counterfeit on me. But congratulations to all the exhibitors. Let's put your hands together for them.
Your Class 15 of Market Hogs coming back for the championship drive of Division 4. In first place will be Miley Dolan. In second, Preston Kamek. Third place in Class 15, Haley Weicker. In fourth place, Parker Servey. Fifth, Caden Hatch. Sixth, Meg McCormick. Seventh, Paxton Brower. Eighth, Cade Robbins. Ninth, Levi Marriott. That was your Class 15 of Market Hogs. We're getting ready to bring in our Class 16 of Market Hogs. This is our final class of our market show today. This is our heavyweight class. These hogs weigh in between 300 and 311 pounds. So please welcome to the ring our heavyweight hogs. Following this, we'll have our Division 4 runoff, followed by our Grand Champion drive. After that, we do still have our carcass class winners to announce, and that will conclude our hog show for the day. We look forward to seeing you all back tomorrow for steers, heifers, and goats. So let's welcome to the ring Class 16. Class 16 exhibitors are Halen Robbins, Halen McCullen, Kayla Kiesel, Gage Loveland, Brock Henderson, Jackson Hill, Cole Taylor, and McKiley Rouser. This is your Class 16 of heavyweight hogs, our final class of our Market Hog Show today at the 2020 Weber County Unfair.
Let's put your hands together for the last regular class of Market Hogs for the day. All these kids have done a great, great job, and everyone should be quite proud of them. I like the young lady's gilt to win. I think to still weigh this much and still come across as fresh and as athletic, and the fact that she sets down on such a big circumference of bone is super unique about her. I absolutely love how tall bladed she is. She's still set down on her chine. I really appreciate that. Not only that, but she reads with so much mass and dimension. Guys, she tracks so true to the ground. There's not much wrong with her. I just really, really like her. I think she's the most complete out of the class. Now, if I could change her, I'd like to change her hip. She wants to drop down to her pins ever so slightly. I'd really like to just lengthen her hip up a little bit, make it a little more level, but still a very high quality gilt to go ahead and win your class. I think it comes really, really close in 2 and 3. And just get on top of them. It's the fact that I think this gilt is made more square over her ribs. That's going to sort the difference for me. Really big forearm, really level topped. Really appreciate how pliable and athletic she is when she gets on the move. If I could change her, I'd really like to. Excuse me. If I could change her, I'd like to pick up her top a little bit. She's starting to get a little high in her chine. Comes across as stale, really wants to start to pinch there in her hip loin, but still another really good gilt to go ahead and stand in second. Congratulations to you both. We'll see you in the drive. And then the young man does a really, really good job at driving his black hog around. I think this is a hog who's also a square-made hog, super, super genuine in her forerib. I think this barrow is really, really aggressive as I study him up high. If I could change him, though, I'd really just like to fix his entire front-end construction. He gets too bold at the point of his shoulder. It causes him to come in at his knee. So when he's coming and going, he's just entirely too off there. But congratulations to you as well. The young man in fourth is just doing an absolutely great job at showing his gilt around. I really think he deserves a round of applause. He's kind of had a rough day. I think this hog is really good in terms of the shape of his forerib. I just wish that she would lay some more mass and dimension as I study her up high. Wish she'd track a little squarer at the ground, but still a big hammed gilt to go ahead and stand in fourth. Moving on down the line, I think some gilts and barrows that get a little bit of extra cover. They're getting a lot of extra skin up in their jowl. They're getting a lot of waist as I study them down low. But I think this right here is a barrow who is square, who is really, really genuine about his rib. Just needs some more topside shape. Really, really expressive ham. Just want to square him up at the ground in order for him to move up any higher. The young man's gilt that comes out next is unique because she still has a lot of shape. She still works a deep top line groove. She's still really, really expressive as I study her out of her ham. But she's also pushing a lot of extra cover. She's super waisty as I study her underline. She wants to push a lot of extra skin, a lot of extra flesh up by her jowl. And that's just enough for me to go ahead and second guess myself. But as she's walking away here, I'd really like to just lengthen up her hip, make her set down with a lot more flex as she tracks away. Just be a lot more square and secure there in her hind and her hock and her pastern, okay? And as we continue the class with the next two, I think these are pigs that are going to take to the rail with a higher hanging weight. They've got a lot of extra flesh, a lot of extra fat. That's pretty intriguing, still long and level, but these are gilts and barrows that just need entirely a lot more muscle. They need a lot more rib shape. They need a lot more genuineness to them to move up any higher. But congratulations to you all.
Class 16 of Market Hogs, our winner, and coming back for the championship runoff will be Mikhaili Rouser. And in second place, Kayla Kiesel. Coming out of Class 16, third place, Cole Taylor. Fourth place, Gage Loveland. Fifth, Brock Henderson. Sixth, Jackson Hill. Seventh, Halen McMullen. Eighth, Halen Robbins. This was your Class 16 of Market Hogs. If you'll give us just a second, we'll start pulling in our Division IV runoff championship hogs. Coming in the ring for our Division 4 runoff. This is our heavyweight division. We have coming in out of Class 13, Riley Kiesel in first place and Gavin Douglas in second. Coming into the ring out of Class 14, we have in first place Riley Bennett. In second place, Carden Clem. Bringing into the ring their hogs out of Class 15, first place, Miley Dolan. And second place, Preston Kamek. And coming into the ring out of Class 16, in first place, McKiley Rouser. And in second place, Kayla Kiesel. So here is your Division 4 Championship runoff class. One more time. We have in the ring right now Riley Kiesel, Riley Bennett, Miley Dolan, and McKiley Rouser. And on deck waiting in the holding pens, we have Gavin Douglas, Carden Clem, Preston Kamek, and Kayla Kiesel. This is your class Division 4 Championship. Following this, we'll have our Grand Champion Drive.
Let's go ahead and put our hands together for everyone who's made it this far and who is competing in the ring right now. I think there's a lot of different types of hogs out here, but I think that they all have the same type of qualities. Talked about big back, talked about functional gilts and barrows that are going to go ahead and put a lot of carcass meat on the rail, especially in this heavyweight division. I'm going to go ahead and talk about them briefly, and then I'll go ahead and follow the usual pattern of just selecting your champion and then your reserve and all the way down through 8th place again. I'm going to talk about this lady's gilt right here. I think this is a really functional gilt who is really good in terms of freshness. I love how she's still in the plane of her chine. I really like how she transitions back in from her blade into being so powerful up high, still super expressive as you round out through her ham. Now, if I could change her, I'd like to lengthen her hip up just ever so slightly, make sure she doesn't swivel as she gets on the move, but still a really high quality individual. Congratulations to you. Talk about this young lady's barrow right here. This is a barrow who has a ton of muscle. Study his forearm. See how big he is in his forearm. Still really good in terms of his forerib. Comes back into a huge stifle and a huge ham. Offers a lot of shape, offers a lot of dimension. If I could change him, I'd like to make him even more fresh than he is. He's starting to get pinched. He wants to get a little high there in his hip loin. Maybe make him a little more genuine as I study him as he tracks away from me too, but still another really high quality individual. The young lady's blue barrow that you see driving in the white here, I think this barrow is really unique, and I think this is the most functional barrow you're going to see out in the ring today. Super tall bladed, super good in the way she transitions over her top. Really expressive as you study her through her ham. I love how the plane of her shoulder is still within the plane of her skeleton. Get him on the drive, and I think that's a really picture perfect barrow. Unfortunately, though, I do wish she was a little more genuine in the shape of her rib. I think that'd allow her to read with even more mass up high. And when she wants to come at me, she wants to come in at the angle of her knee, so I wish I could make her a little more genuine at the ground as well. Still another high-quality individual. And last but not least, we have this barrow who's a little bit different in terms of his finish. I think he's the most heavy conditioned barrow out here. He wants to get a little stale and high up in his chine. But understand that if you just read his skeleton, I think this is a barrow who's huge forearmed. I think he's so genuine and so square in his rib shape. I love the way he comes back and he's so square and level out of his hip. I do wish I could make him a bit longer. He's a little compact. I'd like to extend his front end up. I'd like to completely elevate his whole front end. I'd like to lengthen his hip out a little bit, but still another really high quality individual. Go ahead and put your hands together. I'll go out and select your Grand and Reserve heavyweight market hog.
Your Division 4 champion is Mikhaili Rouser. Your reserve champion, Miley Dolan. In third place, Riley Kiesel. Fourth place, Gavin Douglas. Fifth place, Kayla Kiesel. Sixth place, Riley Bennett. Seventh place, Carden Clem. And your eighth place division winner in the fourth division is Preston Kamek. So let's give these guys one more round of applause as they leave the ring today. Your division champion coming back for the grand drive will be Mikhaili Rouser. Your reserve champion returning for the grand drive will be Miley Dolan. Third place in Division 4, Riley Kiesel. Fourth place, Gavin Douglas. Fifth place, Kayla Kiesel. Sixth, Riley Bennett. Seventh, Carden Clem. And eighth, Preston Kamek. That was your Division 4 Heavyweight Championship. As we get ready to bring this championship drive into the ring, let's hear it for all of our help. The people at the table, the people on the boards, the people in those chutes, my goodness, they deserve more than a little bit of applause. Let's really cheer for them, make sure they can hear you. They do more than you'll ever know. They have kept everything straight. They have to keep me straight, which is a job in and of itself, so that I don't make too many mistakes. And they do it all amazingly. So thank you so much. Thank you to our superintendents today, Lex and Shelley McCormick. And our junior livestock superintendents, Brian and Terry Douglas. Let's hear it for all these, and I call them kids, and I'm sorry, I know they're adults now, but all these former students that are in the ring, these are a product of our junior livestock program. They've been with us since 9 a.m. this morning. They haven't given up, and they're still running boards for us. This is what junior livestock does for your kids. It turns them into fine individuals. We want to thank our on-call veterinarians. They've been with us all week, helping us with any problems we have come up. Big thanks to Borit Animal Hospital, Dr. Catherine Borit and Kayleen Meyerhofer for being on staff and ready to go whenever we've needed them. We sure appreciate their help. And a big thanks to all of our sponsors this week. BCP Equipment, Best Western High Country Inn, Big O Tires, Boot Barn, Champion Maker Show Supply, Comfort Suites, Imagination Company, Pepsi, Riverprint, Rock Hard Excavating, Tractor Supply Company, and Wasatch Distribution. We sure appreciate all of their sponsorship this week. Coming in the ring right now, we have our Grand Champion Drive and our Market Hog Show today. Coming in out of Division 1, we have Ridge Marriott and Hallie Peterson. Coming in out of Division 2, we have Eliza Taylor and Max Whitaker. Coming in out of Division 3, Stockton Marriott and Jamie Elliott. And coming in out of Division 4, McKiley Rouser and Miley Dolan. This is your Grand Champion Drive for your Market Hog Show today. And stay tuned right after this for the announcement of the carcass class results.
Y'all, there are some really, really, really high quality hogs here in the center of the ring, and I think they all deserve a great big round of applause. You know, earlier, clear back this morning, seems like ages ago, I asked the seniors, I asked my top 4 seniors why we show. And we heard their answers: because it's fun, because it teaches you responsibility, because it gives you opportunities. They went on and on and on. But I think that there's so many reasons that we show that all of those answers were perfectly acceptable. But I think the biggest reason why we get our kids and why we get our youth to be involved in this industry, in showing, in showmanship, in the market show and everything, is not just for the life lessons, but it's for the kids themselves. We show for the kids because I guarantee you there is no other program that will ever be created, that ever was created, that ever has been, and that ever will be, that will create kids like we do in this industry. I think that teaching them the responsibility of animal care, animal health, ethics, morals, values, and everything else that goes back down to what mom and dad teach these kids at home is super, super important. And that's why I'm such a big advocate for those of you who come out here and who give me your all and who know what hard work is. Another reason why we show is so we can showcase these animals and just see how good they are, because this is the best of the best. You guys should all be very, very blessed and very, very excited to even see hogs like this at just a county fair. Back home, I guarantee all these hogs would make the sale at a state fair, or I live in Texas right now, and Rodeo Houston and Austin at the state fair of Texas, and any of the above. So I just want to commend this county on its quality and on its showmanship. I think you guys have done a tremendous job with providing me such a good opportunity to come here and sort through your hogs. I'll kind of get off my soapbox right now. I'll walk around the pigs and look at them a couple more times. Just wanted to say congratulations to everyone, every single exhibitor who gave me their effort today and who gave me their time of day. I really, really appreciate the way you handle yourselves about the rings and everything that you've been taught. I just wanted to say congratulations right off the bat. Go ahead and put your hands together one more time before I select your grand champion market hog.
Your grand champion market hog is exhibited by Stockton Marriott. Your reserve champion hog exhibited by Jamie Elliott. Third place, Eliza Taylor. Your fourth overall hog today, exhibited by McKiley Rouser. Fifth place hog, Max Whitaker. Your sixth place overall hog, exhibited by Ridge Marriott. Your seventh place overall hog is exhibited by Hallie Peterson. And your eighth overall hog in your hog show today is exhibited by Miley Dolan. So let's give these kids another round of applause as they exit the ring. They worked real hard to make it into this Grand Champion drive. Congratulations again to our Grand Champion Market Hog exhibitor today, Stockton Marriott. And our Reserve Champion Hog was exhibited by Jamie Elliott. Congratulations to these individuals. Now, as they get ready to take some pictures, before you leave, we do have a couple of other awards, and this is kind of fun. The carcass contest. All of these hogs had an ultrasound on weigh-in day, and that ultrasound takes a loin eye area measurement as well as a back fat depth. It takes those two, puts them into a mathematical formula, and figures out which of these pigs are fed right. There's a genetic component, but there's also a feeding component when we look at a carcass contest result. And this is the pig that has the right amount of back fat for the loin eye area that it gives, and it gives us a whole lot of meat off these animals. So, in sixth place for our carcass contest today was Gracelyn Ellis. Our fifth place in the carcass contest today was Stockton Marriott. In fourth place in the carcass contest was Reagan Skinner. Third place for carcass, Madison Hatch. Your second place in the carcass contest was Carson Jakes. And your winner of the carcass contest this year in Weber County for our hog division was Stockton Chug. So congratulations to those individuals for raising and feeding out a good hog. We want to thank everyone for coming today, whether you joined us online via one of our live broadcasts or whether you're here in person. We sure appreciate you. We appreciate our judge, Miss Hannah Nicolai, for joining us all week. She'll be with us again tomorrow for Steers and Goats. And we sure appreciate everyone for coming out, all your hard work helping us get hogs into the pens and out of the pens. Everyone's been working real hard today, and we appreciate you sticking with us. One more round of congratulations to our grand champion hog from Stockton Marriott and our reserve champion from Jamie Elliott. Congratulations to everybody. We'll see you again tomorrow at, I think, 10 a.m. this time. I almost think I said the wrong time, but we will see you here tomorrow morning so that you can look at a bunch of steak on the hoof. Today we got to drool over bacon. Tomorrow we get to look at steak. And then we look forward to seeing all of you on Saturday for the auction where you get the chance to buy and support these animals.